In today's video, I wanted to begin my journey through the main story featured in Fable 3. Growing up, I started my adventure with Fable 2 and absolutely loved it. The gameplay, the plot, the different outcomes of good and evil. Then, for this channel, I got to experience Fable Anniversary for the first time and adored it as well. For me, it felt brand new, and you could see where the roots of Fable took place. However, Fable 3 has always held a special place in my heart. It was the first game in the series that I had the privilege of getting to wait for. There's something special and different about being young and actively looking forward to the release of a video game. All the anticipation gets built up, and when the game finally came out, I certainly wasn't disappointed. With that being said, for those who have played through Fable 3, you'll know that it's different from the previous two installments. Lionhead made some changes and leaps in certain directions that have kind of divided fans. While I will call out these changes as we go along through the story, a lot of them are quite obvious and you can develop your own opinions based on how you feel. In any case, it's time to step back into the world of Albion. For this story, I'll be playing through the main quest, listening to the dialogue, explaining things as I go along, and experiencing Fable 3 for the first time in quite a long time. Now, let the journey begin. So, I know it's very subtle, but as the opening credits and title screen pop up, immediately you can see a different aesthetic to this game. As time has progressed in the real world between each release, time and culture has also progressed in Albion, and it most certainly shows. As the game kicks off, we hear a familiar voice.
And so our story begins. The kingdom is on the verge of revolution, but who will be the hero to lead the rebellion?
Teresa, a reoccurring character in the franchise, is seemingly the narrator for this game's adventure, and you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. She talks about rebellion, revolution, and kingdoms. Then, she has me pick whether I'd like to play as the prince or princess. The choice is arbitrary, but what matters most is that clearly, my character is starting off in a much different place than they did in the previous two games. From here, I'm brought to a small cutscene that introduces Albion's current timeline. While Teresa tells it from the perspective of a chicken, and it has its inherent comedic factor, the messaging is strong and sets up the story perfectly. Albion has changed a lot in the last 100 years. In Fable 2, we saw the age of industry start to creep into places like Bowerstone. However, in Fable 3, it's everywhere. Harsh working conditions, children in factories, mass production, assembly lines, loads of pollution, and overall, a depressing and joyless atmosphere. The ruling regime seems tightened in Albion's new age. Freedom of speech gets you executed. Refusal of work gets you tossed in jail. If you dare to rebel, your entire family will be in danger. How Albion fell so far from its previous ruling is unknown. Hope across the land has faded, and it's a dark time for almost all the people in this new world. As Teresa continues to build the atmosphere and overarching tone of the story, she keeps mentioning that Albion needs rebels. In Fable 2, the seeress always said that the land requires heroes. It's interesting to see that as the world changes, so does its demands. I suppose in reality, a rebel could just be a fresh coat of paint for a savior. As the cutscene winds down, we see the chicken, an example for heroism and standing up for what's right, get executed. Any hope of escaping and freedom is gone. However, it's where the bird gets executed that's most peculiar. It's at Albion's royal palace, and symbolically, it's where the torch gets passed on to the player.
What a dreadfully sorry sight. Such a beautiful day to waste in bed, don't you agree?
What? Oh, go away, Jasper.
Now that is hardly the response of a prince. I'm afraid it is time to rise. With your permission, I shall wake your sleeping companion. Ah, yes, one's heart soars before such regal bearing. I trust you both slept well. You have a busy day ahead.
Come on, boy. If I have to get up, so do you.
It's not going to work. Don't look at me like that. Oh, very well. Good dog. What a pair. The kingdom is doomed. Now, sir, if you will follow me, perhaps we can find some appropriate clothing for today's activities.
The gameplay finally begins. Already, you've probably spotted some major changes in Fable 3. The most notable one is that you're not a child who's living in poverty. The main character is already grown up, and of course, he's a prince. Usually in Fable, the trend is that the player starts from the bottom and works their way up through society. However, in this installment, the only role that's higher than Prince is King. The other jarring difference is that there's a voiced protagonist. The previous 2 installments had a silent main lead. That of course adds to the element of creating your own character and developing the RPG as it goes along. However, even something as minor as having dialogue for the player's character can help towards establishing them in the known universe. Some players don't like the voiced protagonist, and that's okay. I personally don't mind it. I think Lionhead did a great job at limiting the amount of dialogue that comes from the hero. To me, it doesn't feel overbearing or too forced. Now, I've already been introduced to my personal butler, Jasper, as well as my lovely canine companion. These are common roles that we've seen in previous installments. Both play massive roles in the story to come. Right now though, my life is pretty simple. All I have to do is pick an outfit for the day and meet with my friend, Lady Elise. The decision on which outfit doesn't really matter, but to me, it already sets the tone of Fable's famous moral alignments. One option seems noble, clean, and presentable, while the other offers more of a rebellious, uncut, and rugged charm. While a very minor decision, it gets the ball rolling on more important choices that are soon to follow.
Ah, splendid choice. I'm sure Lady Elise will approve. Perhaps you ought to make your way to her now. And I would recommend avoiding your brother today. King Logan is rumored to be in an ill temper.
Leaving the prince's quarters, I get a good look and feel for my character's life. I can't stress enough just how different it feels to be on the other side of things. The protagonist isn't some farmer or poor orphan. They're the prince of a kingdom. Wandering around the castle grounds, you get a feel for what that truly means. All the NPCs greet me with smiles and polite gestures. The soldiers salute me as I go by and show admiration. I can go anywhere I want and do anything I want. I can interact with nobles. My disposition with them is already high enough to where I could just grab them by the hand and they'll instantly trust me. From the outside looking in, it doesn't get any better than this, does it? Well, that's exactly the point. Most people in Albion don't know what's going on behind closed doors. They don't know that everyone has their own set of problems.
Oh, brave knight, have you come to protect me? You big softy. You'd be rubbish in a fight, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
I'll protect you, my lady.
I don't know. You don't look so tough either. Perhaps you can give me a demonstration of your abilities.
Again, not the biggest decision in the game. However, it does introduce me to my character's relationship with Lady Elise.
How's that?
Not bad, not bad. I suppose you'll do. I thought you'd never get up. Did Jasper tell you I wanted to speak to you?
Yes. Did something happen?
I'm not sure, but everyone in the castle seems to be upset with your brother. More than usual. And it's even worse down in the city. You hear such terrible stories. Listen, they say a factory worker was executed this morning. I'm sure it's only a rumor, but you can imagine how people are talking. The staff in the castle are anxious. I told them you'd speak to them. Will you do that? I'm afraid of what might happen if someone doesn't calm things down.
If you think it will help.
I do. They may fear the king, but they still care for their prince. So, my good prince, will you take my hand and escort me to the castle? Everyone's waiting for you.
I saw snippets in the opening cutscene and I heard a little bit about it from Jasper. However, I received a bigger scoop on the king, aka my brother, from Lady Elise. Right now, as far as I can tell, he sounds more like a tyrannical leader than a fair and just one. If the rumors are true and he's executing workers, it doesn't really create an inspiring and hopeful environment. It only makes a fearful and chaotic one. Elise also points out that lately, the king has seemed troubled, or rather more troubled than usual. It looks like his duties have taken a toll on him and that he's changed quite a bit. Obviously, from the player's perspective, we don't really know what my brother was like, so I just have to use my imagination on how things once were. Arriving in the kitchen, I can see all of the workers huddled together and gossiping about the latest news.
Well, I heard all he did was stand up for one of the kids working in the factory.
Who knows where it ends? Next thing you know, it's one of us that's...
Quit your gossiping now, and straighten those clothes. Welcome, Your Majesty. Such an honor to have you here today. The staff are convened to hear your words. Whenever you're ready.
This is officially the first decision in Fable 3 that can have an impact on my alignment. I have the options of delivering an encouraging speech to the workers, or a harsh one.
I'm sure you have much to tell us, Your Highness.
You have all been through some difficult times, and the king has been too preoccupied to treat you as he should. But I ask you all to ignore any wild rumors you hear. I promise to speak with my brother about improving conditions for both you and your families outside the castle. Thank you.
You call that a royal speech? You didn't shout, you didn't threaten, and you were far too reasonable. It was bloody marvelous. Right then, ready for today's training?
Take good care of him, Walter.
I'll get more into Fable 3's decisions and my personal choices in just a bit, but for now, I've just been introduced to Walter. Walter is a grizzled old soldier. He served the previous king, my father. Even though he's getting on in age, he's still as spry as a warhorse. For now, Walter's my combat teacher, but that doesn't mean he shies away from speaking his mind. He too is appalled at the king's actions. He comments that the kingdom is getting more uneasy by the day. However, he too notices that the workers look up to me. They get inspired by my words, and if only for mere moments, the fires of hope get reignited in their hearts.
So Walter, what a stroke of luck. Would you be so kind as to sign my petition? We must fight to eradicate poverty in Albion. Too many suffer on our streets, and the king does nothing. He must be made to care.
Oh, very well, but I'm just an old soldier. I doubt my name would mean anything. But perhaps the prince here would care to help you out.
Oh, that would be wonderful, Your Majesty. Well, it would be the greatest honor.
Moral decision number 2. To sign Laszlo's petition and go against the king, or to insult the protesters and defend my bloodline.
I'd be happy to sign.
Thank you, my good prince. Your support will make all the difference, I'm certain of it.
That was a courageous move. I doubt it would make much of a difference, but perhaps your brother will finally realize that you have a mind of your own. Let's see you put it to good use in the combat room. Come on!
So, for my Fable 3 playthrough, I decided, at least for the time being, to make morally good choices. This is for 2 reasons. The first is that since I went evil and corrupt in Fable 2, I wanted to bounce back to the other side of good and pure for Fable 3. The second is that this game's moral choices tie heavily into the main story, sort of like how they did with Fable Anniversary. In Fable 2, it felt like the moral decisions were tied into the smaller aspects of each quest, little side events that ultimately didn't play much of a role in the grander plot. Because of the impact that these decisions have on Fable's story, I feel more inclined to make certain choices over others. In any case, back to current events, Walter's now running me through basic combat training. Essentially, I'm getting a feel for the game's melee combat system. It definitely feels way smoother than Fable 2's and almost on par with Anniversary's. It's a lot less stiff and has a very satisfying flow to it. I learn all about basic strikes, flourishes, dodging, and blocking. Halfway through the training, Walter reminds me of a time from my character's youth. Growing up, all I wanted to be was a hero, just like my father. While Walter can't make me one, he can give me the tools to step into those shoes and earn my place in Albion's history.
Ha-ha! You only went and broke it. Look at that. Am I a great teacher or what? But listen, there's something...
Walter! You have to come quickly! Both of you!
What's happened?
Outside the castle. It looks like a demonstration.
This is not good.
They're right inside the castle grounds. I've never seen so many people out there.
Balls. I should have known this would happen. I don't think they realize what your brother is capable of. This isn't going to end well. Keep Albion free! We want... It's been a long time since Logan listened to me, but I should find him. Stay here. There's still something we need to talk about.
We can't just stand here. I have a horrible feeling about this. We need to do something. Look, the guards have moved away from the stairs. We should follow Walter, find out what Logan's going to do. Let's go while we can.
In most cases, a handful of protesters would so much as get a slap on the wrist from a king. Worst case, maybe a little bit of jail time. However, if the stories of Logan are true, then what's about to come will be catastrophic. On that note, it's time to officially meet my brother.
Quick! You can see them.
Think about what you're doing, Logan.
I'm protecting the interests of the people. Do not question me again. You will shoot to kill. Start with the ringleaders, and if necessary, continue with the crowd.
This is wrong. You can't do this.
Oh! Never tell me what I can't do.
Walter! We can't let him kill all those people. You're his brother. Maybe he'll listen to you. We have to do something.
What are you doing here? The war room is no place for a child. Leave now. I'm here to stop you. You can't kill those people.
No, wait. Enough!
How dare you turn against me? Perhaps you believe you should be the one making these decisions. You really wish to defend those traitors? Then so be it. Let us see how you do. Take my brother and his friend to the throne room. We shall settle this matter officially.
Move!
I'm going.
Leave her alone!
I'm all right.
Don't worry. Whatever happens, we'll get through this together.
Keep walking!
Here come the saviors of the people. Come closer, brother. Today you have disappointed me beyond measure. I have been betrayed by my own blood and a filthy spine.
We did nothing wrong.
Punishment must be apportioned where it belongs.
Punish me, then.
You are no longer a child, and it is time I stopped treating you as one. You wished to save the traitors who had gathered outside the castle this morning. Very well. You shall have your chance to save them. Here stand the leaders of the violent mob. I will give you a choice. Who will be punished? These strangers or this girl? The sentence will be death.
No, this can't be.
You are the prince. Decide.
Your Majesty, Logan, please.
I am giving you power over life and death.
No, I won't do this.
If you can't choose, I will. They will all be executed. So tell me, what are you willing to sacrifice to do the right thing?
This is madness. We just can't. Choose me. You can't let them all die. Choose me.
Here comes Fable 3's final decision for the tutorial. Sacrifice my love interest, Lady Elise, or the leaders of the mob. By letting the leaders go free, it won't spread nearly as much fear and panic as the alternative. The citizens of Albion might hold on to hope and may continue to make attempts at bringing on change. However, with this, Elise dies. She's one of my oldest connections, and there would be no hope of any future together. Would it be selfish to choose the life of one over the lives of many? As the time ticks on, the hero's heartbeat speeds up, and Logan gets more and more impatient. All the meanwhile, Elise is saying to pick her, as she realizes what will happen if the leaders die. Finally, with no time left, I make my decision.
You know it's true. Thank you. Thank you. It's all right. You did what you had to do. Never forget what he's done. And that I love you.
Take the girl away. Kill her now.
I will never forgive you for this.
Good. Then you will never forget it. Escort my brother to his chambers. Now.
You mustn't blame yourself, sir. I don't think any of us realized just how far he'd fallen into madness.
I have to do something. I can't just stay here.
You're not. We leave the castle tonight. This kingdom needs nothing less than a revolution. It needs a new leader. It needs a hero. It's time to see if you're ready.
Ready for what?
To be your father's son.
Very good. I will pack some essentials.
There's no time. We take nothing.
Not even pajamas?
There are a lot of what ifs, and I should have done that's that have led up to this point. It's hard to put the blame on any one thing, but if one thing is for sure, Albion is in need of change. Together with Sir Walter, Jasper, and of course my loyal companion, we made our way through the courtyard undetected.
There is something rather sinister about this garden at night.
Where are we going? I thought we were leaving the castle.
We are. But there's something we must do first.
Sir Walter leads me to the monument that's at the center of the courtyard. It certainly stands out from the rest of the castle's additions. Interestingly, it heads down into the catacombs, and if you know Fable, you know that that's often where fates are forged.
It's time we paid our respects to Albion's last hero.
I never thought I'd enter this place again.
You should have known better. The night your father died, I promised him I would bring you here one day, when you were old enough and strong enough. This is your history. This is your legacy. The world has been too long without a hero, but I'm hoping that it will have one soon.
Looking around, this is no ordinary tomb, the obvious part to that being the fancy coffins, the statues, and the decor. However, there are also a few peculiar symbols placed around the catacomb. It's actually a symbol that we've all seen before.
This is your father's most treasured possession, the Guild Seal. It chooses those who have the power inside them, those who have the potential to become legends. Take it.
Is something supposed to happen?
Who are you?
I am Teresa, the seer of the spire. I guided your father in his greatest triumph. But you have an even greater destiny ahead of you. The seal awoke at your touch, as it would at no one else's. This means the fate of Albion rests on your shoulders. Before you lies the path you were born to take, and at its end is the kingdom you were born to rule. Like all heroes, you will face many trials, but you cannot pass through these gates alone. You will need to gather followers and gain the support of the people. For now, you have the support of two friends. Jasper, who will serve you always, and Sir Walter Beck, who will be your greatest ally. Together you have already taken the first step in your journey. Walk through the gate and claim your reward.
So, there's a good bit to unpack here. First of all, the Guild Seal has played a role in the previous two Fable games. It represents the heroes of old, a faction that's dedicated to serving Albion. Second, my father is Sparrow, or the protagonist from Fable 2. In the time between the two games, Sparrow established a brand new monarchy, brought peace and prosperity to the lands, and was a just ruler. However, evidently, times have changed, and his eldest son, Logan, is the exact opposite kind of leader. He's tyrannical, impulsive, angry, and he's actively destroying Albion. Right now, I'm currently in an area called the Road to Rule. It's sort of a pocket realm within Fable's universe. Symbolically, it represents my journey of overthrowing Logan, ascending to Albion's next king, and becoming a hero of old. Practically, it acts as the upgrade menu and keeps track of your progress. Along the way, there are various chests that can be opened via accumulated guild seals. This is how I'm able to acquire more power, new spells, and unlock specific in-game features. The first chest holds a fireball spell. By slipping on the Gauntlet, it creates a connection to my will and allows the free use of magic. As you may or may not remember, will is deeply rooted in a hero's true power.
It bloody worked! You really are a hero!
I never doubted it for a second.
Well, of course, neither did I. Still though, it bloody worked!
With my inner potential unlocked, the trio can continue with their escape. Now, there's a lot of bantering that happens between the characters in Fable. There was quite a bit of conversational dialogue in Fable 2, but Lionhead seems to have multiplied it for this installment. Through this, you get to learn a lot more about characters like Walter and Jasper. You pick up on their personalities, interests, and what makes them tick. Like, for example, Sir Walter is extremely claustrophobic. Even walking through a somewhat narrow tunnel seems to have an effect on him. As for Jasper, he's lived quite the sheltered life. He isn't used to adventuring, exploring, or fighting. While I wish I could play every single piece of dialogue, for the sake of pacing and storytelling, I'm going to try my best to summarize the little moments. This way, you can hopefully develop these same sort of attachments to these characters as I have. As the trek through the caverns continues, the trio occasionally runs into swarms of bats. The game makes me use them as target practice for my newly acquired ability. You don't get to fully see it here and now, but magic feels quite overpowered in Fable 3. Fable 2 is where we strayed away from the mana system, and I feel as though Fable 3 has really upped the overall DPS. In the past, I never really relied that heavily on will and its diverse powers. After all, cycling through 3 different forms of combat felt daunting. However, I feel as though this game puts a lot of emphasis early on into nudging the player towards using will. You can cast the spell over and over again, and the rate of fire feels really fast. Another interesting change that Fable 3 made is its experience system. In the previous installments, enemies drop orbs, and each orb is dedicated to strength, skill, will, or general use. You would have received more orbs for a certain category depending on how you defeated said enemy. You then could have used that experience towards purchasing upgrades. For Fable 3, each defeat just results in general experience. It's tracked via the guild seal in the upper corner. The total amount of guild seals you have while at the Road to Rule is what dictates the type of upgrades you can purchase. It's not a far cry off from how things once were, but it is certainly a more consolidated system. As the crawl continues on, I get to further demonstrate my skills as a leader and a warrior. Walter and Jasper become more and more confident that I'm the right person to lead Albion's rebellion. Eventually, the group makes it to the end of the line.
It appears to be a dead end.
Not quite.
What is that?
I'm pretty sure it's a Cullis gate. Sort of magical transportation system for heroes.
I was under the impression the Cullis gates were all gone.
Well, it looks like there's one left at least. Your father must have placed this one here in case he ever needed to use it.
It's the same symbol that we saw by the tomb. Do you suppose it's activated in the same way?
Well, there's only one way to find out. You know what to do.
What is this place?
You know, it must be. It is. It's your father's sanctuary. He used to speak of it, but I never thought it was a real place. Well, I don't believe it. Jasper, this book. There's a note with your name on it. Look.
That's not possible. For Jasper? Well, I grant you it is possible, but it must be a coincidence.
Oh, don't be a dolt. The old king must have left it here for you. What's it called?
The Book of Heroes. How extraordinary.
Does it tell us how to get out?
This really is most remarkable. Everything that we could possibly want to know about heroes and this place is right here in these pages. This map functions as a traveling mechanism. Simply choose where you want to go and, well, it should take you there.
Marvelous. Right. We can use that. We'll have plenty of time to explore this place later. Right now, we have a rather large task ahead of us.
But I don't even know where to start.
Our first stop will be the mountains of Mistpeak. There are people there who would make great allies. They won't offer their allegiance easily, but they despise Logan. And if anyone can persuade them, it's a hero.
Very good. I will continue to become acquainted with this sanctuary. No doubt we will need to make full use of its facilities.
Right, all right then. Find Mistpeak on the map and let's see if that book's telling us the truth.
The Sanctuary is an interesting place. As odd as it sounds, it actually becomes the player's interactive menu. Instead of a classic menu screen for settings, saving, and loading, I get teleported back to the Sanctuary where I have access to everything. As to what I mean by everything, well, you'll see shortly. As for the map table, it works as my fast travel system / quest tracker. In my opinion, it's the most simplified version of fast traveling that we get in a Fable game. When ready, it's off to Dweller Camp for further story progression.
It worked! Oh, I'd forgotten how bloody cold it is up here. Come on. The people here call themselves dwellers. They're tough. They're loyal. And like I told you earlier, they hate Logan's guts. Yep, it may not look like much, but this is where the revolution begins. This is what Logan has reduced them to. He's taken control of these mountains and started destroying its forests.
I'll trade you my doll for some food.
I knew they'd have a hard
She's really
time
good,
finding
honest.
food, but I had no idea it was this bad. The man we need to convince is Sabine, a proud old sod, but a good man and a good leader. He won't give his allegiance easily, especially to a prince. Perhaps it's best if I speak to him alone first. You know, maybe you ought to find some new clothes while I talk to Sabine. Something slightly less princely. We don't need this kind of attention. I only have a little bit of gold, but it should be enough, and maybe you can spread what's left among the people. They need it more than we do.
Where can I find clothes?
Oh, don't worry. You'll find someone willing to take that money off you.
I can't feed
Now,
my family.
wish me good luck.
This is the first time in the game where I get to let go of Fable's proverbial hand. Or really, our fingers are still sort of linked, but slowly my leash is extending. Dweller Camp is a great example of what Logan's reign has done to the surrounding area. He's exploiting the small villages by strong-arming them for their resources. In his wake, the Dwellers and many others have been forgotten about and left to die. While they are hardy, they aren't invincible. Towards the center of the camp, there's a small cart that has a Lone Dweller suit that's available for 300 gold. Purchasing it, further introductions for the sanctuary get brought on.
Hello, sir. This is Jasper. Hello? Is this how you use it? I am speaking to you through the guild seal. What an extraordinary device. It would seem that as long as you carry the seal, we can communicate freely. Not only that, but you may return to the sanctuary any time you deem it necessary. Might I suggest you do so now and try on your new outfit?
Returning to the menu space, Jasper formally shows me to one of the various side rooms within the sanctuary, aka the wardrobe. This is where I get access to all of the clothing, outfits, beards, tattoos, hairstyles, etc. that I acquire throughout my time. As for the other rooms, I'll get access to those eventually. Honestly, while the sanctuary is a neat idea, I do find it inconvenient to have to jump through several hoops in order to just get what I want. It adds a bunch of extra steps. While there's a lull in the action, it's no problem, but as you'll soon come to see, it really breaks things up when I need quick access to say a new weapon or spell. Before heading back to Walter, I decided to follow his advice and donate some of my remaining gold to the locals. This not only boosts my disposition with each NPC, it also adds experience towards my guild seals, which is a nice new addition. If I am to be the next king, boots on the ground is a great way to get started. Either way, when ready, Jasper directs me over to the other end of the camp, as Walter has apparently made some headway with Sabine.
That's more like it. The scruffy look suits you. I've spoken to Sabine, explained everything, and he's, well, I told you he'd take some convincing. Come on.
Ooh. Out of the way, Boulder. I can't see a thing.
So royalty walks into our home. A prince, no less. You're a long mile from the castle, prince. What do you think of our home, then? Do you like what your brother has done to us? These mountains have always been ours. Now Logan's taken them, and is stripping them of all life. Oh, we're ready to go to war. But why should we follow Logan's kin?
You can trust me. You have my word.
We don't take much stock in words round these parts. We're simple folk. Ain't that right, Boulder?
Then what do you want?
Proof. First, prove you are truly, as Walter claims, a hero. This is easily done. There's a secret chamber beneath the town of Brightwall, built by your own father. Only heroes can survive its trials and reach the relics within. Bring me one of these ancient objects and I will believe you. Second, prove you are a warrior worthy of leading us into battle. You can do this by slaying the mercenaries who plague Mist Peak Valley and who have long soured our existence. Third, prove you are a true leader. Persuade our neighbours in Brightwall to share what food they have with us.
Balder.
Oh.
If we cannot eat, we will die, and the dead make poor allies.
Is that all?
Yep, that's the lot. Off you go then. Good luck. Nice knowing you.
Come on, boy.
It's nice to see Sabine hasn't mellowed with age. But anyway, I know the place he mentioned. Your father built the chamber under the Brightwall Academy, Albion's greatest seat of learning. At least it was, until Logan closed it down. Just show the old librarian your guild seal. You'll know what it means. I'll try to find out more about these mercenaries. I'll see you in Brightwall when I have some information.
That's certainly a long grocery list of things to do. However, each one would prove that I'm a capable leader, a hero of old, a hardy warrior, and a diplomat. The first objective for my character is to locate the treasures of the Old Kingdom. In order to do that, I need to travel across the Mistpeak Mountains and make my way to Brightwall. I'd say now is officially when Lionhead lets go of the player's hand. While there are a few more tutorials ahead, for the most part I have free reign over my hero. I'm no longer accompanied by Jasper or Walter. It's just me and my dog roaming Albion's countryside, something that feels fairly familiar. Along the trail, my dog will discover dig spots and treasures. These are reoccurring beloved features that have made it all the way through the franchise. In terms of combat, it's now time to face off against some real foes. Packs of wolves hunt along the pathways. This is where I can finally test my fireball spell. While these are the first real opponents in the game, which isn't saying too much, I get a real feel for the combat and will as a whole, and so far I'm loving it. It's incredibly fluid and quick. Before long, I hit a loading zone that takes me all the way to Brightwall Village. While it's no royal palace, it certainly beats what the dwellers are working with, and the climate is far better.
I see you're approaching Brightwall, a most charming little hamlet. And a perfect opportunity to acquaint yourself with the fine, honest people of this kingdom, far from the bustle of the city and the factory smoke. Of course, a less charitable mind would term them simpletons, but I encourage you to shop in their stores, drink in their taverns, and otherwise partake in their small-town pleasures.
Brightwall Village feels akin to places like Oakvale and Oakfield. It has a small-town charm to it. It feels relatively peaceful, it appears to function on its own, and overall, it seems rather inviting. No doubt though, the residents here have also felt the wrath of Logan. If you look close enough and listen to the people, you can tell that they're going through economic hardship. Really, it just goes to show that Albion is like a set of dominoes. As soon as the first area falls, so do all the rest. In any case, running across town, I soon made it to Brightwall's former library. Stepping on inside, it's impressive yet saddening. There are so many books and there's so much knowledge lining these very walls. However, their contents are barred from the public eye and no one's able to truly appreciate them.
The library is closed by order of the king. We don't serve drinks, we don't sell chicken feed. Please leave before the soldiers suspect you of gaining any real knowledge. Sweet papyrus! A real visitor. I'm afraid I was speaking the truth. King Logan has closed the academy. I'm little more than a custodian these days. By the holy bookmark! The guild seal! I haven't seen it since the old hero king last came here. Then you are?
The prince, yes.
Oh, my. Please. Come this way. Your father told me that one day a challenger bearing the seal would come seeking entrance to the Reliquary, but I never imagined it would happen in my lifetime. It was he who founded the Academy, of course. I have often wondered how he would react to see it in its present state. Here we are. I can't tell you how many of our researchers and professors have studied this door, hoping to unlock its mechanism. But I knew there was only one thing that would ever open it.
Placing the seal in the slot, the ancient Reliquary's doors opened for the first time in a long time. Stepping on through, this acts as my first dungeon crawl of Fable 3. This is, or was, Sparrow's private study. Now it's in even more disrepair than the rest of the academy, and it's practically reduced to ruins. The Reliquary is quite magnificent, and it's a rather large space. Making my way through the winding staircases and corridors, I met with my very first flit switch. This is a reoccurring puzzle/trial that I've seen in pretty much every Fable game thus far. In many ways, it just acts as an introduction to the game's other combat forms. For this one, Jasper recalls me back to the Sanctuary and brings me into the Armory. Here, he shows me my 2 beginner melee weapons. The first is a hammer. It deals a decent amount of damage, but of course it's a slow swing. The second is a sword. The sword deals less damage than the hammer, but of course it's a faster swing, so take your pick. Jasper explains that the weapons evolve over time and adapt to how I use them. I'll find out what he means by that soon enough. After smacking the flit switch, I'm brought over to a small area that holds my first set of dungeon enemies, Hollow Men. These are relatively beginner friendly. They don't deal a lot of damage, they don't have a lot of health, and they move really slow. Where their strength lies though is in their numbers. They tend to group up and stagger their swings. If you get caught with one of their attacks, odds are a couple of others will land as well. As the dungeon continues, there are more flit switch puzzles and more enemy encounters. This serves as a great time for me to really see which combat form I like the best. As it stands, Will still feels fairly overpowered. Not only does each spell deal damage, but it has a unique effect tacked onto it. For example, Fireball pushes enemies backwards, which helps to create space. Furthermore, using both the sword and the hammer, swinging around either, they both feel really slow. I knew that would be the case with the heavy blunt weapon, but I wasn't expecting it for the lighter aerodynamic one. There's an awkward delay in between each attack. However, I'm assuming that's because as I progress more with each weapon, my overall efficiency will improve. On that note, as the dungeon starts to ramp up, I'm introduced to the final weapon type, ranged. Recalling back to the arsenal, Jasper shows me the pistol and the rifle. In my opinion, these two do a much better job at balancing their pros and cons. The rifle has a slow rate of fire, only holds 2 shots, and takes long to reload. However, it packs a heck of a punch, and it has much longer range than the pistol. On the other hand, the pistol holds 3 shots at a time, has a quicker rate of fire and reload time. Yet, it doesn't do nearly as much damage and doesn't hold its distance very well. So far, I like the hammer's strength and power, so I prefer it over the sword. While I go back and forth on the guns for a bit, I lean more towards the rifle. This is because the Fireball spell does everything that the pistol can do, and more. I feel like this loadout has a weapon type for every situation, and because of that, all 3 get used equally. Obviously, as time goes on though, that will probably change. After my battle with the last group of Hollow Men, it's on to the Reliquary's final room. This is where the Old Kingdom treasure is being held. As I get closer, I begin to hear a familiar tune, and recognize a unique light pattern. This is no ordinary treasure. This is what kicked off the events of Fable 2 and set up my destiny, my father's destiny, and even Logan's. This is the music box that's able to grant wishes.
You have done well. Now, step into the light. There is much you need to know. Congratulations, hero. Touching the guild seal was an indication of what you could become. Reaching the music box has proven what you already are. No one but a hero could have done it. You have begun to learn what powers you possess, and there is still greater potential within you. But you have only taken the first step in your journey. Albion is crying out for a revolution, and for someone to lead it. Winning supporters to your cause will be hard. Leading them against Logan will be an even greater challenge, but it's one you must accomplish.
I'll make him pay for what he did.
This is not a matter of personal vengeance. As long as your brother sits on the throne, Albion is in great danger. Open the music box. It will show you the truth.
This is my Albion. Its cities will bow to my law, or they will burn. Its mountains will bend to my will, or they will fall. This is my Albion. Its people will do as I say, or they will die. Its future will be as I decree, or it will end. I've seen what must be done, and nothing will stand in my way. We will be greater, and we will be stronger, no matter what sacrifices we must make. This is my Albion. and I will see it destroyed before I surrender it.
If any part of you still doubted the necessity of a revolution, you have your answer. The kingdom will face its own annihilation under your brother's rule. Now, do whatever you must to gain your first ally, for you cannot lead a rebellion without followers. Sabine is a good man, and his people are strong.
The first stretch of the road to rule was a freebie. Now, though, is where it really gets to shine. Lining both sides of the road are chests with symbols on them. Using my 81 guild seals, I get to pick which ones I want to open. The 4 on the right deal with combat, while the 3 on the left unlock cosmetics, expressions, and additional features of the game. With my guild seals, I got upgrades for melee and will, as well as purchased the shock spell. I don't like it as much as I like the fireball spell, but everything has a time and place.
Blessed index cards. You made it. This is cause for great rejoicing. Albion has a hero again. If ever I can be of assistance, I will be honored to serve you.
I knew you would succeed, sir. You now have proof positive of your heroic status, and I believe Walter has made some progress with the mercenary problem. He is waiting for you outside the local tavern.
That scratches out one of the 3 objectives. Slowly, I'm getting closer to proving that I'm a capable leader and ruler. On the way to the tavern, I noticed that the stalls and stores were officially open for business. Bartering and buying works a little differently in this game. Instead of interacting with a proprietor, I simply approach and examine my item of choice. Right now though, all the upgrades seem rather expensive, and I wouldn't say that I've been in need of potions or elixirs.
You were successful then, bloody marvelous. You'll be glad to know I have some information on the mercenaries Sabine mentioned. They're led by a man called Saker. He used to be a soldier, but always had more in common with bandits and cutthroats than the military. His men are holed up in a small fortress in the mountains, so it won't be easy to get in. But I have a plan. One of the mercenaries, a cold-blooded killer. His name's Clarence, but everybody calls him Jimmy. He was drinking in the pub all day and generally making life unpleasant for everyone. It wasn't hard to get him completely pickled. These young thugs. Bloody lightweights if you ask me. Anyway, take his clothes and you'll have a free pass into their camp. Just try not to think about what those stains might be.
Stripping Clarence of his clothes, they get added to my wardrobe and I'm then able to put them on. By the game's standards, my disguise is getting pretty good. However, it's missing a few finishing touches. Walter suggests that I look into getting Jimmy's beard as well as copying his tattoos. Then from there, I'm off to the mercenary camp. Walter warns me though that that's where I'm going to get my first taste of real battle. Even though, if you ask me, the Hollow Men fight was no walk in the park. Either way, from here, I need to earn exactly 701 more gold. The easiest way to do this is to get a job. Funny enough, this was always one of my favorite features of the Fable games. I loved the minigames that accompanied the trade work. In Fable 2, you could serve alcohol or forge blades. In Fable 3, you can bake pies, or I kid you not, play Loot Hero. Both minigames work similarly to one another. It's all about timing my button presses and keeping up with the tempo. The more rounds I get through, the higher the gold multiplier. It honestly becomes very addicting. Interestingly, promotions work differently in Fable 3 than they do in Fable 2. In 2, you had to hit a specific gold threshold while on the job. In 3, there are promotion packages in the Road to Rule that could be bought for guild seals. As of right now, the highest multiplier I can get up to while on job is 10, but it's certainly enough. With 1,000 gold in my inventory, I was able to purchase the final 2 cosmetics for 500 gold apiece. Officially playing the part of Clarence Jimmy the Mercenary, I was ready to set off for their stronghold. Following the trail back out to Mist Peak Valley and fighting through more wolves, I soon landed at Saker's outpost.
Hi, Jimmy. Back from killing some dwellers? Come on in.
While I didn't expect it to be the friendliest of places, it certainly lives up to its rough and dangerous title. You know, something that's hard to relay in this video is just how funny Fable can be. The writing is incredibly witty, and while it does take itself seriously most of the time, there are a lot of moments where Lionhead just lets the writers run wild.
Hey, Jimmy, over here. Jimmy, show Stilts here that thing you do, you know. The thing.
What thing?
Oh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Oh, oh, oh.
It feels like as the Fable games go on, they add more humor into their stories, and no matter how cheesy it may be, that's something I can always appreciate. It probably doesn't come as a surprise when I say that the mercenary camp is filled with mercenaries. I get a small glimpse of their operation in day-to-day lives. It's mostly drinking, rowdiness, and fighting. Although, there are sections of the outpost which show just how dark and sinister these men really are. For example, there's a bloody sack that's filled with body parts, and one of the bandits is just cleaving it over and over again. It's a very small detail, but if anything, it helps to dehumanize the mercenaries and reveal the monsters that they really are.
Jimmy, that really you? You look different somehow. Were your eyes always that colour?
Nah, Jimmy's got periwinkle eyes like a beautiful summer morning sky. That's not him!
It's not Jimmy!
Well, the jig was bound to be up. I made my distance through the bandit camp, but now it's time to fight the rest of my way through it. While I defended my earlier battles against the Hollow Men, honestly, Sir Walter was right. The mercenaries are more dynamic enemies. They have varying battle styles and minds of their own. They're able to block, swing, strafe, dodge, and fire their guns. Depending on the group size, they also tend to clump together, and if I'm not careful, I can stumble into heaps of damage. The aim of the game here is to slowly work my way to Saker's ends of the camp, but of course it's at the far reaches of the valley. As the crawl continues, the mercenaries begin to release their captive wolves. They aren't difficult enemies, but it does change the flow and style of the fighting. Furthermore, at every corner and turn, there's usually a group of gunmen hiding behind some sandbags. If I'm lucky though, I can get the jump on them by firing at some nearby explosives, and it certainly saves me some time. Towards the end of the line, I could see a small arena looking area, and having been around the block before, I knew exactly what was in store for me.
Leave him! He's mine! You've left quite a trail of bodies. You're not one of Sabine's dwellers, that's for damn sure. But you'll die like one.
Here comes Fable 3's first boss fight. In a lot of ways, battling Saker is like a mirror of fighting Twinblade or Thag. He's big and strong and packs one heck of a punch. Not to mention, he has plenty of health. However, he's slow, and if I time my attacks correctly, I can get a good bit of licks in. Of course, there are some differences between the bosses. Saker is able to throw explosives at my character, and if those land, they deal heaps of damage. Furthermore, Saker also has this ground pound attack. It pretty much acts as his form of will, and it deals damage to a surrounding area. What's more, he fights unfairly. His men can just hop into the pit whenever they'd like to. They're very good at disrupting my flow and distracting me long enough for Saker to get a hit in. As with most first bosses, I found my success here by staying light on my feet, creating distance, and focusing mostly on ranged attacks. Soon, I was able to deliver the final blow and was forced into making a difficult decision.
Stop! You've won. This battle is yours. Kill me or let me live, it's your choice. And my men will honor it. We may be nothing but mercenaries, but we have our codes, like any other soldiers. We'll leave the dwellers be, no matter what you do. That is a warrior's promise.
Choosing to spare Saker acts as the good choice, while striking him down is the evil one. Mercy versus vengeance. For multiple reasons, I've always found it better to spare the captain.
Thank you. I won't forget this. Let the stranger go!
Not only is sparing Saker a good action, but he now becomes a supporter to the cause. In a fight to overthrow a kingdom, I'm going to need as much allies as possible. Something tells me that having a trained soldier who commands a bunch of mercenaries might not be a bad thing. As you can see, aspects of my allies begin to appear by the Road to Rule gates. For now, it's just Saker, Jasper, and Walter, but in due time the number will only grow. This stretch of the road contains more upgrades for my combat abilities, as well as additional in-game features.
It is a momentous occasion, sir. Your first victory in battle. I'm no expert on personal combat, but I would say, based on the fact that you're not dead, you acquitted yourself rather well. It's hard to believe that just a few days ago I was rousing you from a comfortable bed. It would seem that you have completed 2 of the tasks that Sabine set for you. If you return to Brightwall, you will find Sir Walter has some news on how to fulfill the last requirement.
Ah, here he is. We were just talking about you.
Indeed. We have made a toast to your stupendous feat in ridding Mistpeak of Saker and his men. They have been a source of great distress for some time.
Nobody will be more pleased than Sabine. His dwellers might find some peace now.
Of course. Nobody has suffered more than they.
I've been telling Samuel here about the terrible situation they're in. He thinks he may be able to help.
Yes, well, perhaps. I mean, of course. The thing is, as I was just explaining to Sir Walter, Brightwall has no overabundance of resources itself. The King's levies are rather steep, and we face shortages more often than is comfortable.
But
were you to improve things around Brightwall, the people would be most grateful. And when people are grateful, they're also charitable. I'm sure they would find it in their hearts to send aid to those poor people.
There you have it. The way I see it, you will need all the followers you can get if you're going to lead a successful rebellion. What better time to start?
So, in Fable 2, there were a couple of milestones in the main quest where I had to increase my renown. This was done by completing side quests. In Fable 3, it's a similar system, just packaged in a different way. I'm essentially playing the game of politics. By helping out the people of Brightwall, I earn their favor and therefore their support for usurping the throne. By completing these side quests, I also get guild seals. In total, I need to amass 30 for them to send their aid to the dwellers. The map table shows me where the side quests are, what they are, and how many seals I'll obtain upon their completion. Now, because they aren't necessarily a part of the main quest, I hesitate to add in their dialogue. However, in my opinion, they're so entertaining that I feel obliged to at least throw in snippets.
Right, you'll need this. Contrary to what most people think, chickens are very, very crafty. They won't fall for any of that. Come here, chickie, chickie, I've got some lovely treats for you. Oh no, too smart. You have to defeat them psychologically. Now, they won't remain one concentrated force. They'll have redeployed into groups of 3 or so to maximize their tactical advantage.
The first quest I did was called Chicken Chaser, a neat callback to the first Fable game. While strange and kooky, Chicken Chaser was an easy one. 3 groups of 3 chickens had gotten loose in Brightwall. All I had to do was throw in a chicken suit, I know, unconventional, get close to the flock, flap my wings, cluck for a bit, and then they'd follow me around. Really, the hardest part was just locating the groups, as most of that was wandering around until my dog would run over to them. By the end of it, I was actually forced to make a moral choice, something I certainly wasn't expecting. Bernard, the overly suspicious farmer, wants to slaughter all of the chickens, as he believes they're plotting to destroy the world. Who knows, maybe they are. Meanwhile, Patsy wants them freed, as she believes they should be able to roam around and have freedom. You can probably guess which decision aligns with good and which one aligns with evil. Either way, a successful completion grants me with 10 guild seals, so now I just need 20 more. Fortunately, there was a quest in town that promised to grant me the remaining amount. The only thing I wasn't expecting was the grand adventure that lay ahead of me.
You, good sir, you who live in such a tumultuous epoch, do you not thirst for the drama and emotion of a properly structured tragic play?
Of course you don't. You want to escape your troubles. You want to be made merry. You want to be amused.
You will find the legendary lost play splendid.
Finally, tragedy and comedy will come together as they should.
Admittedly, I misread the quest's description and assumed that I'd be participating in a play, not finding one. However, I was pleasantly surprised that I still ended up getting my wish. Trekking back into the library, I followed a different pathway down the academy. This would have me interact with some unknown entity and end up in a secret world.
You
lot just can't leave well enough alone, can you? Bloody literary tourists, bane of my afterlife.
The ghost of Philip Morley, the writer of the desired play, doesn't want anyone getting their hands on it. He deems it one of his worst works and would rather it be lost to time than read aloud to the living. In this ghostly dream world, I met with an NPC named Ransom Locke, surely a playoff of Sherlock Holmes. He's been stuck in here as well, and he's deduced that our only chances of escaping are by acting out a scene from Morley's most famous plays. Locke is no actor, so it falls on my character to portray these roles. There are 3 separate plays that I have to act out. The first is a romance, and interestingly, but not surprisingly, there are moral decisions to make. I can either profess my love to the character Oliver, or I can abuse him.
My heart is yours, my love.
Let the heavens and the seas, the toads and the eels sing the song in my heart, for she doth love me, and all is well.
At the end of each play, no matter the decision, Philip is impressed with my performance. Really, it's just a matter of pushing the meter towards evil or good. The second play is a comedy, and it sees my character donning that glorious chicken suit once more. For this one, I have the option of tickling King Rollo, which is the good option, or declaring my love, which is the bad one.
Oh, stop! It's too funny! I believe I'm in the right mood now to meet with those foreign delegates.
The final play works a little differently from the previous 2. I play the role of someone named Titus. A man named Ace Heartstrum and his henchmen are out to get me. So, this final segment sees me fighting off a bunch of ghostly soldiers. I either complete the scene by dying or by defeating every single attacker. While I can't speak on what happens if I die, it seems worth it to tough out the battle and fend off the mercenaries. I ended up getting additional guild seals here, and those went towards more upgrades in the Road to Rule.
A tremendous performance. That's just the ending I wanted to see when I was a young boy attending the theatre every weekend. I wonder what scene will follow now.
You have earned the prize no mortal has ever been honored with before. My missing play. I call it The Ham Sandwich. A metaphorical title, of course.
With the ham sandwich in hand, I can give it over to Pinch and Lambert, ending the quest and giving me my final guild seals.
Hark! Bear witness to the tragic futility that is man. Oh, how it doth sear my senses to see paradise and yet to be barred.
That reminds me of a great joke. A guard, a monk, and a chicken walk into a bar. Unfortunately, the bartender had had a mild heart attack that morning, so none of them get served.
And yet what purpose doth heartache serve when the infinite dark blanket that is death falls softly upon our still beating core?
What the hell was that?
Biggest load of old tosh I ever saw. It didn't even make sense.
Worst play ever.
There's probably a good reason why Philip didn't want this play going out to the public. Either way, it's out of my hands now. With enough deeds done around Brightwall, Jasper tells me that the village is willing to donate a generous amount of food and supplies to the dwellers. That would be enough to fully gain their support and get the revolution started.
Potions for every situation.
Esteemed citizens of Brightwall, today we demonstrate the generous nature of our fair town. For too long have our mountain neighbors suffered in silence, and now we extend a helping hand. But this effort would not have been possible without the courage and determination of one man, the son of the old hero king. From this day, we shall know you as the hero of Brightwall. Before you leave, we ask of you one favor. As we pledge ourselves to you, so we hope you will pledge to return Brightwall to its former glory and reopen the academy which your father founded.
This is a minor feature of the game, but it's something that I adore. As most politicians do, I'm able to make pledges with certain factions and cities. In exchange for this, I'm promised their support for the upcoming insurrection. However, like politics, we'll see which promises I actually make good on.
Very, very good, very good. I expected nothing less from you. These volunteers shall carry the supplies to the dweller camp. They may have them with our blessing. I hope you will return one day, not just as our hero, but as our king.
Our hero returns, bringing good tidings. And supper.
Damn thing doesn't open. How do you, Oh well, I never thought you'd actually get it, tell you the truth. Boulder. We've been blessed, my friends. We have made an alliance that has already brought us life. One day, it will bring us much more. We require but one more offering before we fight at your side. Boulder, promise to restore these mountains to their full glory and to protect our right to dwell in them, and promise you will bring nothing but the fiercest justice upon Logan's head.
I promise.
Then may we be carried into the castle by the dark storms of fury!
We'll have to wait a little longer for that. It's still just us against a whole army. We need to recruit more people.
I was afraid you'd come over all logical and sensible. Well, you have brought us a feast, and we are free to hunt again. We'll just keep on eating and drinking till you're good and ready. Right, Boulder?
Yeah.
He couldn't be happier.
Signing one more pledge, the road to rule opens back up.
You have made an important ally today. The revolution cannot hope to succeed without fighters such as Sabine and his people on your side. You have the beginnings of an army now.
You can see now that I've amassed more supporters. Pinch, Lambert, Boulder, Sabine, and Samuel. The cause is growing, and with my first army secured, the Dwellers, I'm one step closer to bringing down Logan's kingdom. However, the next few endeavors won't be so easy. Surely, Logan won't just let me build an army. There's going to be resistance. Furthermore, the tasks only get more challenging from here on out. I'm gonna have to prove my mettle and further develop my skills. Then lastly, I'm so worried about Logan, and Logan will surely set his sights on me. But what about a possible third party? What if there's something lying in the dark? Something that's much deadlier than a revolution? As Fable 3 continues onwards, its story will continue to unfold along with the rest of Albion's history. With the adventure only just beginning, there wasn't much time to revel in my accomplishments. Leaving the road to rule, I planned my next course of action with Walter.
I couldn't be prouder of what you've accomplished here, but there is still much for us to do, and I know just where to find our next allies. I'll meet you at the station in Mistpeak when you're ready. The revolution is just getting started.
Already, I could feel the atmosphere and morale ascending in the camp. The Dwellers were happy, but above all, they were hopeful. I'm sure it's been a long time since anyone in Albion's felt that way. Following the trail out of Mistpeak Valley, it led me through the frozen wastes and out into the forests. The enemies were starting to step up a little more. Not only was I facing feral wolves, but the mercenaries began to hide behind trees and ambush travelers. I couldn't help but wonder what happened to mine and Saker's agreement. Maybe it was just a one-time deal of getting to leave his camp unharmed, and after that, I was free game. Or maybe even though Saker is the leader, he might not have as much control over the bandits as I thought. Either way, the path to the monorail was filled with violence and chaos, a small taste of what was to come. Eventually, I made it to the station and laid eyes on a pretty sophisticated subway system. For some reason, the mercenaries didn't dare to tread this far in, and I couldn't help but wonder where exactly they draw their lines. The monorail station was filled with NPCs who were clearly waiting for the next cart. On one of the upper platforms, I spotted a patient Sir Walter and made my way over to him.
I can never get over this place. 20 years ago, it was just a damp, murky void in the middle of nowhere. Now people queue up to get dangled across it in a steel box. And here it comes. Most of the people here will be heading straight to Bowerstone. But we're going to take a little detour first. I just hope something wrong.
It's about to move!
Come on, we have to get down there.
Nothing can ever really go according to plan, can it? Even if we do find our way down, surely no one will have survived, right? Well, that won't stop Sir Walter, and regardless, we need to find a way across.
Looks like the only way. All right. I can do this. Let's get down. I don't want to spend any more time in this box than I have to.
Descending to the lowest level, Walter and I followed the tracks as well as the carnage. After playing enough Fable, you kind of get a feel for when certain enemies are going to appear. As soon as I stepped foot in this station, I knew right away that I was about to come across one of Albion's most tragic foes. Hobs are essentially Fable's goblins. They're small, gremlin-like creatures that dwell in caves. They come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. The most basic ones can be defeated in a matter of 2 swings. Meanwhile, you can spend a good 20 or so seconds hacking away at their toughest variant. Their appearances are a telltale sign for which ones are more powerful. The bigger they are and the more odds and ends they have equipped, the more challenging they'll be. Hobs have a very fascinating and yet disturbing background. Each hob is actually a lost or abandoned child. They may have either wandered into a hob den or got lured in by one of the nasty buggers. Either way, through some unknown process, they get turned into these cannibalistic creatures. On that subject, their diet consists of mostly one thing: human flesh. Typically, the parents of the lost children will go looking for them, and that's what keeps the food source coming.
This sod's blocking our way. You'll have to get behind it somehow. Cave like this, there has to be some other way of getting there. Think you're so smart, standing behind your fancy magic, don't you?
Yes, that's right, I'm talking to you.
Luckily for me, there was another way around, and it was pretty convenient too. A small channel allowed me to swim to the other side and flank them from their left. An easy enough job, but it was actually the setup for something much greater.
Now this I wasn't expecting. There must have been a whole city down here once. You don't think the Hobbs built it, do you? Not with those stubby fingers. There must be a way out through here anyway.
Making our way further down towards the arena, Walter and I begin to think the same thing. It's been a while since we've seen some Hobbs.
Have you noticed how quiet it all is here? Almost like... Almost like that was going to happen.
In gladiator-like combat, Walter and I begin to slash our way through waves of Hobbs. We're trapped inside of this pit-like structure, and it seems like the only way out is through force. Now, interestingly, I tried looking up if this was some lost location from Fable 1 or possibly even Fable 2. It certainly has a unique and important look to it. I was wondering if this maybe could have been the arena from Fable 1, a focus site, or something along those lines. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear as though this is anything that the player would have seen before. For all intents and purposes, it's just something that's meant to draw in your attention. However, it does look like the center was once used as a Cullis Gate, and given the structure's design, I think I can definitely say that this was an Old Kingdom creation. In any case, back to the matter at hand, the battle raged on for a few more minutes. The Hobbs on the upper section of the walls were just watching the fight and beating their drums. Eventually, once all of these summoned Hobbs were defeated, the casters left their makeshift barrier and served as the final enemies. They certainly weren't easy foes, and what's more, whether this was intentional or just some bug, Walter had disappeared about halfway through the fight. It was up to me to take on these foes alone, and while there were a couple of close calls, in the end I managed to get the job done.
You have overcome an important test. A good leader must always be ready to face the unknown, and to seek new paths. Your defeat of the creatures in this cave will be told throughout the land.
With every completed trial, I'm able to better my reputation around Albion. Soon enough, I may not need to prove myself to anyone. Maybe one day, my reputation will precede me, and that'll be enough to gain their trust. This stretch of the Road to Rule contains more spells, as well as the ability to spellweave. Spellweaving is essentially like dual-wielding magic. I get the best of both worlds by being able to cast 2 different effects at once. Some combinations are not offered to me though, and I think it's because Lionhead knew they'd probably be too overpowered.
I don't think you're going to find a way round this time. But I've got some magic of my own. Watch and learn. Boom! Oh. It worked. Right, let's get out of here, shall we?
Making our way through the rest of the hole, it didn't take long for Sir Walter and I to get back outside. We were now in the region of Morningwood. I know, a very interesting name.
Ah, you can almost smell the sunlight. Isn't it wonderful? The damp, muggy, soggy sunlight. This is Morningwood, all right. I hope the people we're looking for are still alive.
Why wouldn't they be?
Because, come nightfall, it's one of the most dangerous places in Albion. Well, I don't know about dangerous, but I'm starting to get a rash. Bloody swamp.
For the most part, Morningwood seems like a relatively tame area. However, that's because, as Walter put it, the worst is yet to come. If you're like me, you might be wondering, where were all these locations in Fable 2? Where was Morningwood, for example, or even Brightwall? Unfortunately, I can't really answer those questions. There was a 500-year gap between Fable 1 and 2, so it gets more leeway with getting rid of certain locations. However, there's only a 50-year difference between Fable 2 and 3. The best I can say is that maybe some of these places are new, and maybe some of them have always been here. Maybe because there was no story to tell in Morningwood, say 50 years ago, it wasn't included in Fable 2's story. Either way, back to the story, after a small march through the swamps, Walter and I made it to the makeshift soldier camp. Just before approaching its doors, I managed to find a pistol called the Bone Smasher, even though it was in a pretty obvious place. For now, it's an upgrade to the rifle, and with a name like that, it'll prove useful for what's to come.
Cease your movement! Be you men or be you hollow men?
Have you gone daft, boy? Open up the doors.
Walter? Is that you?
The very same. Now, are you going to let us in or what?
Right, yes, of course. Open the gate! Tell Major Swift Walter's here!
Welcome, Sir Walter. Sir.
There he is. The one and only. Major Swift.
Oh, Walter! What the blazes are you doing here?
We came looking for you. I have a proposition.
You came all this way to proposition us. And I thought you were here to save us from the legions of the damned.
Ben Finn. It's good to see you. I take it the legends about this place are true then.
I'll say. You've never seen so many hollow men in one place. We've been stationed here for weeks, trying to eradicate them. Mainly, it's us getting eradicated. We lost some good men last night, including Lieutenant Simmons here. And the buggers will be back tonight.
Logan just loves to send you on the best assignments, doesn't he? That's part of what I wanted to talk to you about.
Is this...
The Prince, yes. I'll explain. Just treat him like any other pair of hands for now.
Fair enough. Captain Finn will show you to the mortar. We could use a body up there.
Meet me on the wall when you're ready. I'll introduce you to Private Jammy. So cool because he's the luckiest sod in the fort.
You'll probably be stuck by that mortar all night. Now take a look around first. Talk to the men. It never hurts to know who's got your back.
Honestly, this place is barely held together by loose stones and wood planks. It's a small garrison fighting for their lives against legions of undead, and that's every single night. Surprisingly though, the morale is pretty high. They joke with one another, they sleep somewhat comfortably, they play music, and there's even a little shop for bartering. It's not much, but this fort and its men are able to keep themselves going. As Major Swift and Walter are deep in their conversation, I decided to make my way to the ramparts and meet with Ben Finn. Just beyond the wall, it really does look like trench warfare has taken its toll. However, given the area's overall aesthetic and general size, I knew exactly what was in store for me.
I don't suppose you've ever used a mortar before? There's nothing to it. There's always a slight chance of maiming, of course, but I'm sure you'll pick it up. First, I'd like you to meet Private Jammy. He'll be your loader.
Pleasure to meet you. There's too much to say about me, you know. Jammiest soldier in Albion. 724 wounds and still standing.
Don't worry, you'll get used to him. After a while, he's hardly revolting at all. Right, Jammy, it's time to show him the ropes.
Yes, sir. Right then. My life's going to be in your hands, so let's make sure you know what you're doing, okay? Go on, grab the mortar, and we'll do some practice shots.
Accessing the mortar, Fable 3 turns into a top-down gunner. I'm able to fire off shots at targets down below, and they deal a fair bit of damage within a certain radius. After blowing up 2 targets, Ben wants me to tackle the third.
All right, Jammy, don't get too excited. You know what happens when you do. Let's just take care of the last one.
Just one left. Hang on. I don't remember setting this one up.
Now's when the real fun starts. In the blink of an eye, my hero goes from learning how to use the mortar to defending the lives of dozens of soldiers. Hollow men begin to spawn in from all sides of Morningwood. At first, they move as individuals or in small groups. These ones are hard to track down, as scanning the battlefield leaves me with a limited field of view. However, as the assault goes on, the number of hollow men only grows. What was 2 here or 3 there turns into 6 here and 10 there. Meanwhile, the whole time, Ben and Jammy are screaming at me from the sidelines on where I should focus my attention next. To be honest, while it feels tense, I don't know if there's actually a way to fail this section. The hollow men spawn in at the back of the field and make their way towards the fort. However, they stop just shy of it and start firing their guns. If too many build up in one area, it just makes my job easier of taking out more than a few with a single shot. Either way, it seems like I was focused on the wrong area. The hollow men started to stack up near the rear gate, where Walter and I first came through. This pulls me away from the mortar and down into the courtyard. The remaining survivors are stationed and ready.
I can't hold it, they're too strong!
As the rear gate falls, the undead start to flood the fort. Luckily, these are the easiest variants of hollow men. They fall in a couple of shots or swings. Again though, their strength lies in their numbers, as they're able to overwhelm what's left of the soldiers. Soon, the side gates are breached and they have us covered from all angles. All we can do is fight and hope that we survive. As the battle rages on, soldiers begin to fall. Private Jammy gets slain and slowly the other members of the garrison get picked off. Wave after wave, skeleton after skeleton, I keep moving and make sure that my hero takes down as many enemies as possible. Soon, I fire a bullet at what appears to be the last hollow man, and for a brief moment, everyone begins to celebrate.
Isn't that satisfying?
All hail the prince! Now, who's for a pint? Lieutenant Simmons, I specifically instructed you to remain buried.
Oh, doesn't anyone follow orders anymore?
Of course, the fight isn't over. There's one final boss, Lieutenant Simmons, and he's able to summon other lackeys to aid him in battle. Simmons is a huge, tanky, strong, and mobile hollow man. He's capable of using magic, and he swings around 2 heavy blades. It seems like the blasts from his spawn managed to knock out every single character, save for mine. So, it's not just my life that rides on winning this battle, it's the lives of everyone else as well. For now, the best I can do is stay mobile, keep my distance, and pick off the foes from afar. Their numbers are fairly overwhelming, and if I get caught up in their flurry of melee attacks, that's going to be bad news. After firing off many shots and rolling around what feels like the span of all of Albion, I finally landed the killing blow on Simmons, or rather, the finishing blow.
That was pretty damn impressive. So, your father wasn't the last hero of Albion after all.
We did it! Oh, really? We did!
Let the poets tell our epic tale. The Swift Brigade fought against impossible odds. They won. The end. Well, Sir Walter, you didn't do too bad for an old man.
Neither did you, for a buffoon.
Ah, that was just like old times, Walter. Just like old times.
So, what do you say? Will you join us? With your help, we can put a stop to Logan's madness. Bring back the real Albion army.
I swore to serve my king to the death. We all did. But this isn't the way it was meant to be. The old guard has been shoved aside, and these new soldiers Logan's been gathering, they don't care about this land or its people.
Yeah, and I bet they get paid more.
Walter has absolute faith in you. And after seeing you in action, so do I. All I ask is that you make a soldier's oath. Let your armies protect the people instead of oppressing them. Bring honor back to this uniform.
Yeah, and don't forget the pay rise.
Shut up, Ben.
I promise.
Another promise made and another pledge signed. Only a few more of those, and I might be ready to take on Logan in the kingdom.
This has been a momentous day. With the support of Major Swift and his soldiers, the revolution grows in strength, and you move one step closer to becoming the leader this kingdom needs.
Slowly, I'm making more alliances, and with those, the army continues to grow. This next stretch of the road to rule has more ability upgrades, and the first one I focused my sights on is ranged. In case you couldn't tell, I think I've really developed a liking for gun-based combat. This is pretty off the beaten path for me too, as in the past 2 Fable games, I've mostly been a melee combat kind of hero. Now, I don't know if it's the changes that Fable 3 has made to its combat, or if it was due to sowing the seeds early game, but I'm really not all that into using my sword or hammer. There's just something about the melee combat in this game that's not clicking for me. I think it's maybe that combat feels like it's paced quicker in Fable 3 versus Fable 2 and even 1. The speed of battle is way faster in this installment, and I find hard to keep up with it while only using melee weapons. Plus, I find myself getting overwhelmed with attacks a lot more. Either way, when ready, Walter has apparently already devised my next move.
We're heading back to Bowerstone now. There are some people there I'm hoping will join us. We'll send for you when we're ready.
Then I shall bid you good luck and farewell and all that.
And just try not to get the rest of these lads killed, will you? We're gonna need you all.
You always know what to say to keep morale up, Wally. Now get out of here.
Farewell, my friends. Come on, you did good today. But we're just getting warmed up.
From here, I was originally thinking of going off the beaten path for a bit and doing some things on the side. For starters, I wanted new clothing as well as new gear. While I did get a hold of those later on, I unfortunately didn't have much dice with them in this current moment. It seems like most of the equipment in this game is really expensive. Tens of thousands of gold pieces. If I grinded long enough, I could probably get there. However, one thing that Fable 3 seems to have done is really nerf its bartering system. It seems like there are a lot less goods that could be purchased from any one vendor. There are only 1 or 2 potions at the stalls, a handful of outfits to choose from at the tailor, and 4 or so weapons at the blacksmiths. There seems to be a lot more emphasis on leveling the hero weapons and morphing them into the ultimate killing machines, as opposed to working for and acquiring better loot. Furthermore, clothing and any armor that's acquired in the game only adds to the hero's aesthetics. There's no armor rating or value attached to them at all. This was a change that was actually made in Fable 2, but now with even less incentive to get new gear, it almost feels pointless to visit shops and stalls. Furthermore, it feels like gold is no longer a necessity and just a bonus to playing through Fable 3. In any case, that's the long form of saying that since I left Morningwood and had to come back, I was forced to fight my way through areas that were previously tame. Hobbs, Hollowmen, and Ravens crowded the pathways. Luckily though, apart from being a nuisance, these battles weren't too tricky. Before long, I made it to this little tucked away village. I was surprised to see how civilized and populated it was, especially considering the Hollowmen threat. I guess Ground Zero and the more dangerous areas are by the old fort, and that maybe since this place is so close to the city, there are certain protections put in place. Either way, just beyond the village was the sewer that led into Bowerstone Industrial.
We've descended into the chasms of the netherworld, stared death in the face, and waded through things so foul I'd rather not think about them. But this is where it gets really ugly. And buried somewhere beneath it all are the people Logan has left behind.
After some time, I finally returned to Bowerstone. However, this is far from the security of the royal castle. The industrial sector is old, dirty, and extremely poor. The people here are starving, overworked, and scared. It's not just adults who are going through it too. In most cases, the children have it far worse.
You can see for yourself what life outside the castle is like. Poverty, hunger, disease. Wouldn't you want to rebel against it all? You won't see too many kids running around here. Most of them have no choice but to work. It's either that or begging.
Bowerstone has largely expanded since we last saw it in Fable 2. With the eradication of areas like Old Town, it might be fair to assume that the industrial sector is an amalgamation of that space, along with many others. What was once meant to be a hotspot for work, economic growth, and community has turned into an underworld of crime and injustice.
I wonder what's going on up there. Let's see, shall we?
Reaver is exploiting us! We deserve fair pay! We demand better working conditions! We're workers! We're not slaves! Reaver treats us like animals, and we're not gonna take it anymore. There's only one thing for it. We have to stand up to Reaver!
But lying down is so much easier than standing up. My dear friends, in order to raise morale, I am offering prizes to the most deserving workers. The rules that will govern what I like to call the Reaver Team Spirit Award are these. Firstly, any worker that so much as murmurs another complaint will be shot. Secondly, any worker who takes more than a 3-second break will be shot. Thirdly, any worker who breaks any other rules I have yet to formulate will, yes, you guessed it, be shot. They return to work now. As you know, I'm a generous man and likely to start handing out prizes right away. So go on, shoo! Be off with you! Chop chop!
That's why we're here. That's why Albion needs you. Your brother must have been out of his mind when he handed control of Industrial to Reaver. We should go on. It's time you met the Bowerstone Resistance.
The beloved hero of skill from Fable 2 has made his way into Fable 3. The Pirate King himself, Reaver, is back, and this time he plays a whole new role. I guess Reaver is still sacrificing innocent souls to the Court of Shadows, as he doesn't look a day older than when we last saw him. Given that he was the showroom model of an evil and corrupt hero, it probably doesn't come as a surprise that he's still up to his usual shenanigans. Following Sir Walter through the rest of the Industrial, we soon landed at an obscure doorway.
Right, this should be the place. Somewhere beyond this door is the base of the Bowerstone Resistance. Ready when you are. I really love how much time we're spending in caves and sewers these days. No, really, I should warn you. I don't know what kind of reception we'll get. I know their leader well enough, but it was never safe for me to come down and meet the rest of them, and they're not exactly the most trusting of people.
Well, luckily for me, I get to put their social skills to the test.
Hello? Hello? Maybe we've got the wrong place. Let's, get out and don't move. We won't move if you won't shoot. Deal?
You'd better tell your friend that.
It's all right. Just do as he says.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
I'm Walter, and this is, well, that really doesn't matter right now. We're here to speak with Paige.
I say we shoot.
Listen, we're on your side. Just hear us out.
We don't make deals with spies. Shoot!
Wait!
Put your weapons down. I thought I gave the orders round here, kid.
Sorry, Paige. Gotta be carried away.
Walter, Glad you're all right.
And I'm glad you came in when you did.
I wasn't exactly expecting you. Let's talk somewhere a bit more private.
This is Paige, the leader of the Bowerstone Resistance, and the next person I need to make an ally of.
I had this whole plan, you see. But well, we ended up leaving the castle earlier than I thought.
I heard. Pity. Your messages were always useful.
I can offer you something better. Paige, I'd like you to meet...
I know who he is. I thought you'd know better than to bring the prince here.
He's not just a prince. He's a hero.
Great. Give him a medal.
No, I mean he's a hero. Like his father.
Really? It doesn't change anything. Your brother is the reason we live underground. He's the reason we fight. How do we know he's any better?
Let him prove it.
It's not just me he needs to convince. The people of this city need someone they can believe in. Prove to them that they should follow you, then we'll talk. For now, I have work to do.
Looks like you have work to do too. You have a whole city to inspire.
While Major Swift and Ben Finn just needed to see me in combat, Paige won't be convinced as easily.
Today you have met the true voice of the people of this city. It is imperative that you win Paige and her resistance movement to your cause. And just as important that you prove to Bowerstone that you can be its rightful ruler.
Much like Sabine's third requirement, I need to increase my renown, aka I have to acquire more guild seals. This time though, I have to get my hands on 100 of them as opposed to a mere 30. Luckily, a majority of Albion is now opened up to my hero, and with that comes a lot more potential for quests. The first one I looked into offered me 40 seals. This was a no-brainer amount, and the cherry on top is that it was quite amusing. The quest ended up taking me to Bowerstone Market, the very same one from Fable 2. It was called The Game, which was very fitting.
We just need someone to be the hero, but...
I don't believe it! You're a hero! I mean, you're a real hero! That's just what we need! Salutations! We are three magi of great power! I am Madron of 1,000 Faces, and this is Kaliv, Lord of the Fairies!
Oh, for goodness sake, Mark. My mum wants me home for supper.
Fine.
The game had my hero shrink down to minifigure size and essentially embark on a D&D-like quest. The three quest givers, Jim, Mark, and Ben, are telling the story, and part of the charm is that they can't quite agree on how the adventure goes. Mark is the main dungeon master, if you will, while Ben tries to chuck in wholesome details, and Jim throws in some disturbing ones. The journey sees my hero going through the streets of a village into an eerie castle. My objective is to rescue the princess from the evil baron. The enemies consist of wolves, hollowmen, hobs, and demonic chickens, that last one obviously being wholly unique to this quest. Honestly, for me, this mission started out charming and entertaining, but as the crawl went on, it just sort of got old. New obstacles were randomly thrown at me, and the Baron kept escaping the encounter. That's probably the whole point for this quest though, that the trio of storytellers can't run a coherent campaign, so kudos to Lionhead then. By the end of it, I had finally cornered the Baron and rescued the princess.
The sword! The Bane sword! It cannot be! No! I am slain!
What kind of rubbish game lets you kill the villain in one blow?
Well, you gave the hero that Baron's Bane sword.
Yeah, but it wasn't supposed to be so easy to get.
Oh, give it a rest, will you, please? Come on, back to the game.
Hero, thank you for saving me. How can I ever repay you?
I can think of something.
Yeah, the hero kisses the princess.
But only because she wants him to, being a strong, self-confident woman who chooses her own destiny.
Once the trio decides on an ending, my character grows back to a normal-sized human and the quest comes to an end. The nice part about these side quests is that any bonus guild seals acquired, like defeating enemies or interacting with NPCs, counts towards my overall quest progression. So at this point, I only needed 53 more seals. As a quick aside, Bowerstone Market is almost exactly the same as it was in Fable 2. The bridge, the stalls, the towers, the shops, I'd say an appropriate number of changes were made to where it feels like 50 in-game years have passed, but overall, the aesthetic of the area is still the same. Moving on, the next side quest I embarked on is called Kidnapped, and this one has the possibility of containing a couple of recurring characters.
Oh, thank you. My poor love. It's been agony being apart from her. And it's about time those thugs faced justice. The rough kind. They've been harassing the local homeless for weeks. But now this is outrageous. I know where they are. They demanded I bring them the ransom in a week's time. But I'll bring them something better.
In case you don't remember, Laszlo was the protester with the petition at the beginning of the game. I signed it as I thought it would help Logan see reason. Clearly, that was a far-fetched idea. Right across the street is where his lover's kidnappers are organized. A man by the name of Keith lets us in, but he's highly suspicious of my presence. Together, Laszlo and I go down into the cellar and we get a good look at what we're up against. There are almost a dozen armed mercenaries and there's no sign of his partner.
Oh, Laszlo. I cannot tell you how elated I am to have this unfortunate situation brought to a satisfying resolution. Your associate can dispense with his burden by piling the funds upon the table.
There's no gold, Ferret. Now you cough up my fiancée from whatever filthy corner you're keeping her in, or my associate is going to start collecting heads and piling them upon the table.
My initial judgment of your character was clearly misguided. You possess some heart after all. Lads, tear it out.
The battle is as standard as they come. The mercenaries are decent warriors and can put up a pretty good fight. However, in the end, they really aren't anything tougher than what I've already faced. When the room's cleared, Laszlo and I confront Nigel Ferret. Ferret gives in and says that Laszlo's fiancée is located somewhere at the bottom of the nearby pit. The pit, or the cesspools as they're called, leads below Bowerstone Industrial. Diving into the water below, definitely a disgusting ordeal, I located a woman named Geraldine.
Who are you? Where's my fiancé?
He sent me to rescue you.
Oh, you're qualified. I'm not sure I should just follow some complete stranger.
Where this quest could have gotten even more interesting is if I had decided to spare Lady Elise in the beginning of the game. Geraldine would have actually been replaced by her. You heard that right. My love interest, who seemed very involved with my life not so long ago, would have been engaged to Laszlo. How this would have happened and when it would have happened, I have no idea. I'm honestly not sure on the timeline between leaving the castle and arriving back in Bowerstone Industrial. I can't imagine it'd have been more than a couple of weeks though. However, I'm pretty sure that if I had picked to save Elise over the protesters, she would have been angry with me and we would have had a small falling out. That, combined with Laszlo's proactivity and my disappearance, it could have been the perfect setup for her to move on. Either way, the charm of this quest is that as the crawl through the sewers goes on, Elise, or in this case Geraldine, begins to fall for the hero. She sees that I'm a capable leader as well as a strong warrior. She starts to comment on how Laszlo isn't any of those things and that the sparks between them are gone. Interestingly, Geraldine also comments that the state of Bowerstone Industrial, the child labor and the poverty as a whole, is mostly due to Reaver. Ever since Reaver took a hold of the area, things have gone from bad to worse. She says that the only way the Industrial can start to rebuild is if Reaver is removed from power.
We made it. Look, before we go back to Laszlo, I just want to say, you were amazing. I mean, you are amazing. I used to use the word when I was telling my friends about Laszlo. But next to you, he looks a bit boring now, doesn't he? Do I really want to spend my life with a man like that? What do you think?
Here, I'm faced with three options. To tell her to stick with Laszlo, which is the good and pure one, to dump Laszlo, which is the evil and corrupt one, or to simply not comment and let fate decide. Sticking with the morally good choices though, I threw Geraldine right back at Laszlo and left it at that. This quest was actually one of the reasons why I chose not to save Elise. I would have felt incentivized to tell her to leave Laszlo, so that way we could flesh out our love story. Then that would have left a dent in my alignment. Either way, with Geraldine and Laszlo reunited, that puts me up by another 30 guild seals. Now, it was at this point in the game where I realized something about my current objective. I didn't even need to complete side quests. All I needed to do was increase my total number of guild seals. This could have been done in a variety of different ways, slaying enemies, making good impressions on people, etc. If I really wanted to, I could have gone up to 20 or so more NPCs, shake their hands, and all would have been well. So from here, I decided to knock the number down to 10 and embark on 2 more quick quests. The first was called Mercenary Customs. All I had to do was escort a trader named Billy from the Mistpeak monorail to the village of Brightwall. Along the way, we ran into several groups of bandits. Interestingly, these groups now contained and normalized a Saker-like mercenary variant. They were built exactly like him, had the same moveset, and had a higher total HP. If anything, it just added a couple more moments to these bandit fights. Soon though, Billy was safely in Brightwall, he pledged to give me discounts on his wares, and I was only 5 guild seals off. The final quest was very simple. It was called Restoration. Essentially, in an area of Albion called the Millfields, a man named Griffith Smith of the Albion Historical Restoration Society, what a mouthful, was collecting donations. These were going towards rebuilding a bridge that would allow access to a location from Fable 2. It's the camp where Sparrow grew up in after the death of Rose. By paying 750 gold, the bridge could be completed and I'd have my 5 guild seals. Really, it's probably more worth it to just shake the hands of 5 more NPCs than to dish out my whole coin purse. However, I'm sure there's a light at the end of the tunnel, or in this case, at the other side of the bridge. Either way, with my generous donation, I hit the guild seal requirement and I was finally able to continue with the main quest. Returning to the Resistance's hideout, it looked as though Major Swift and Ben Finn had finally caught up with the rest of us.
Ah, the rebel prince. I'm on my way to the castle to report to your brother, and to try to find out what I can about his troop movements while I'm there. Ben's in the back room, arguing with Paige. Not an entirely unexpected situation. Ben seems to have a way with the fairer sex. A strange, troubled way. Tell you?
I'm telling you, I downed 3 hollow men with 1 shot. It's true.
I've never trusted a soldier in my life. I'm not going to start now.
Will you tell her, Walter?
Hey, I'm not getting involved.
Look, here he is. Ask him yourself.
Oh, give it a rest.
Fine. I'll just stand here quietly then, shall I?
You know, for a prince, you're a pretty decent person. People out there are starting to believe in you.
I knew you two would get along in the end.
Thank you for taking an interest in my social life, but we have even bigger problems now.
Reaver.
He's been bleeding the city dry for years now, but it's never been this bad. We decided it was time to hit back.
A small group of fighters managed to get into his mansion, but they never made it out.
I believe they're alive. You're going to help me find them.
Reaver hosts some sort of fancy secret society party every week. We don't know what goes on, but we do know what the guests look like. It's the perfect chance to sneak in.
Here, you'll have to wear this.
Great. Where's my costume? What, I still can't come? What, even after the 3 hollow men story? Honestly, this is as bad as the army.
Now everyone out. I have a party to dress for.
I'll stay and make sure no one spies on you.
Everyone out.
You know, I'm starting to have serious doubts about our relationship. I knew I should have gone up to the castle with Swifty.
I just love how soldiers can come in and out of our secret hideout now. Whatever you do, please don't let Mr. Finn follow you. I've had enough of him for one day. I'll see you at Reaver's Manor.
So it's finally time to come face to face with Reaver. I left off on a strange foot with him in Fable 2, so we'll see if in any way that carries over to Fable 3. Equipping my very unique party attire, I set off for the mansion. Honestly, I'm not quite sure what Paige's game plan is here. Yes, her men are missing, but is the ultimate goal to really storm Reaver's home, locate the members of the Resistance, and sneak out? Will our disguises work, and is it really going to be that easy? Are there ulterior motives at play? I guess I'll find out soon enough, but having encountered Reaver before in a past life, I already know that nothing's quite as it seems with him. Safely making it across the Millfields, I gained access to the manor grounds and met up with Paige.
That really does suit you. Brings out the color in your eyes. Shall we?
Together, Paige and I took a deep breath and approached the entrance of the house.
Bit late, aren't you? You've missed half the rituals and all the drinking. All we've got left is fizzy pop.
We apologize.
Oh yeah, well, just give me the password and we'll forget all about it, all right?
The password?
No, I'm just pulling your leg. Come on in. Master Reeve will be happy to have a few more conscious people around for the final ceremony. I wasn't kidding about the fizzy pop, though. These lightweights drank the lot. There's probably some cooking sherry left in the kitchen if you're desperate. Nah, don't blame you. Never touch the stuff myself, well, except in the mornings. I can sort you out a nice orgy later on, should the mood take you. What do you say?
Just keep walking, you strange little man.
Of course, you'll have to pardon me, miss. I do have a habit of spouting the odd vulgarity. Master Reaver has often brought out his whip to rectify that very flaw in my character. It's just this way. Oh, you'll have such fun. Not drinks and orgies fun, you know, but it'll be a real laugh, I'm sure. Now, there are some ground rules. Master Reaver insists that nobody carries weapons into the ballroom. There have been some accidents.
I'm afraid I need to keep mine. I'm here to find some friends.
Oh, you're the brave, noble rebels. Why didn't you say so? I'm an oppressed proletarian myself, you know. We're practically comrades. If you just go through these doors, you can sneak past the party and rescue your fellow revolutionaries.
This couldn't feel like more of a setup, but at this point, what choice do Paige and I have?
There's one of my men. Kid, are you all right?
Get out, now!
Where are the others?
All dead. Reaver knew you'd come. He's been waiting for you.
What?
I'll get him out.
My! More busy little bees here to steal Reaver's honey. So industrious, so committed, so bloody annoying. When will you people learn to enjoy life?
I'll enjoy killing you, does that count?
Oh, you're just full of spunk, aren't you? A true heroine. You must be lightning under the bedsheets. And now, as promised, the evening's pièce de la résistance. Another piece of the resistance. Voila. Do try to put on a good show for my guests, won't you?
Show? You expect us to entertain you?
But of course. It's just a game, my little sweet. The Wheel of Misfortune. It's rather simple. I spin, you die, we watch. Really, it's a riot. Why, no less than the most unsightly, most obnoxious creatures ever to contaminate this world. Super.
So, in every Fable game, there's some sort of orchestrated arena-like event. In Fable Anniversary, there was the literal arena itself. There, I fought through waves of Albion's fiercest enemies and ended up meeting the antagonist, Jack of Blades. In Fable 2, I fought through the Crucible in order to prove my mettle as a warrior and to catch the eye of Lord Lucian. Now, here I am in Fable 3, running through Reaver's homemade Gauntlet purely in order to just survive. The first round saw me facing off against Hobbs. It wasn't anything too difficult, but sometimes when the tankier Hobbs group up together, the battle becomes really slow. The next round had me and Paige fighting against Hollow Men. In my opinion, it was a much easier challenge than the Hobbs. They have similar stats, but Hollow Men move a lot slower. In between each round, Reaver says some witty quip regarding the match and makes a comment on how Paige and I won't be alive for much longer. If anything, this is just a great way to showcase his personality to newer players. He's incredibly charismatic, but he's unpredictable and quite sadistic. Then, before each walkout, Paige remarks at how sick and twisted Reaver is. If only she knew half the truth of it and what he's done to stay alive all these years. The next round sees my hero and Paige battling against mercenaries. Honestly, I feel as though the first 3 matches of Reaver's Gauntlet don't have much escalation to them. They each sort of stay around the same difficulty level and don't offer a whole lot of variety. Each one kicks off with the lackeys of the group, then it moves to the mid-tier enemies, and then finally the big baddies come out to play. If anything though, from my personal experience, they should have done Hollow Men, Mercenaries, and then Hobbs. For whatever reason, I'm finding Hobbs to be more difficult to battle against in Fable 3 than they were in 2 and 1. Either way, rounds 4 and 5 are where the party really gets started.
Enough games, Reaver!
Oh, but they're such fun, and my guests do so enjoy fun. Time for another spin. Oh, now, this is a very special round. Wait till you see what treasures I have in store for you next. I met these delightful creatures in a rather inhospitable land, far from the turgid green of Albion. I do love to bring two cultures together and see which one dies first.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Sand Furies!
The Sand Furies are a brand new enemy type. In fact, this is the first time I've seen them in the series. They're actually quite the challenge. They're incredibly nimble, quick, and can deal a decent amount of damage. They fight using blades, but also have small crossbows that they can pull out and fire for ranged attacks. If anything, they feel similar to the assassin variant of bandits that we see in Fable 1 and 2. The Furies are rather unpredictable and jumpy foes. Now as to where they could have came from, at the end of Fable 2, Garth, the hero of Will and Reaver, gets sent to Samarkand, a land in the east. Not much is known about Samarkand, but one can only wonder if this is where the Furies are from. Otherwise, it's another place. Maybe Reaver was able to capture a few on his way back and kept them around for times like these.
Wasn't that utterly enthralling? Of course, you should be ashamed of yourselves, treating foreign visitors in such an unsociable manner. Oh, well.
I've really had enough of this.
You holier-than-thou idealists, always thinking in the simplest, most binary of ways, but I quite agree. This game grows tiresome, and my guests, they grow restless.
No need to get restless, sweetheart. Barry Hatch is here to take care of you. Fancy a quick jig? You're a rough one, ain't ya? But I like that in a woman. You're just... What? Wait, hey, Reaver! Help! No!
Oh, dear. Do you brutes have any idea how hard it is to find good staff? Still, one might as well enjoy the show. What's the use of a secret society without a little secret, after all?
Now comes the final event. Paige and I have to face off against one of Albion's scariest and most dangerous creatures, Valverines. So far, Valverines have been featured in pretty much every Fable game. They're essentially Albion's version of a werewolf. If you get bit, then you end up becoming one. Interestingly, with each installment of Fable, it seems like the characteristics of Valverines change. They used to be creatures that only turned in the nighttime, but now it appears as though they've evolved to where they can transform on command. Usually by now in the story, Valverines would have already been introduced. Typically, they play a side role in a couple of the main quests, and from then on, we'd see them appear on roads and pathways. However, it feels like in Fable 3, they take a bit of a backseat. At least for now, the only time I've run into them is for Reaver's Gauntlet, and that's about it. Honestly, I don't mind it though. It helps to keep a decent level of mystique and fear surrounding them. Plus, it's something different. It's a change from the previous two games. On that note, I found the Valverines to be incredibly challenging. In the other installments, my first fight against these creatures was no walk in the park either. But in Fable 3, it feels like their movements and attacks were really sped up, following the trend of faster combat. Getting caught up in one of their claw swipe combos was grounds for a health potion. In the end, I was able to come out on top, but the whole experience showed me that I still had a lot more learning to do.
This is the last party I take you
Look
to.
out!
Well, I must say you've made me out to be a somewhat poor host. Rather rude of you to dispose of all my guests.
Now it's your turn, Reaver.
Oh, my dear girl, why not stop all this bickering? The three of us could go up to my quarters and have a private party.
Do you have any idea who this is? It's Logan's brother, the Prince.
The King's brother, a bona fide hero. Well, I wouldn't dream of coming between siblings. Well, that's That's not strictly true. There was that time. Anyway, best of luck with this whole revolution lark.
come back!
Perhaps we'll meet again one day. Tatty bye!
Bloody coward.
Would someone mind getting us out of here now?
I never thought I'd side with royal blood, but you're nothing like your brother. The Bowerstone resistance will follow you without question. So long as you promise to change things when you take the throne. Poverty, children forced to work, people living in fear. You have to make it stop.
I promise.
Another pledge in the books, and with Paige on my side, the revolution is almost ready to begin. After curating the perfect look for my hero, one that would stick with him for the rest of his days, I met with Teresa at the Road to Rule.
You have the support of Bowerstone and its underground resistance, but you still have much to do before you can take Albion's throne.
More and more people are rallying behind the cause, which is excellent. I can see the aspects of my alliance growing on the Road to Rule. That's something I've always loved about Fable 3, just how satisfying it is to see my supporters rack up. The next stretch of the road contains the next set of upgrades for each of the combat styles. Now that I'm on the 4th variation of each ability, the guild seal requirements are definitely getting up there. Of course, the first chest that I opened was ranged, as at this point, I feel like that's my main combat style. When ready, I return to Albion.
The speech will commence shortly.
What's going on?
All citizens gather at the castle for the king's message. The speech will commence shortly.
This is never good.
You should find out what it's about. I'd come with you, but there's a reason we stay underground. We'll see you at the base when it's over, all right?
A speech at the castle? This likely comes from my brother, King Logan. What's more, a little tip-off as to what it could be. I'm meeting Ben Finn in Bowerstone, and the quest title for this one is Traitors. Who's Ben Finn's closest ally, and who went to check in with Logan right before Paige and I set off for Reaver Manor?
Yes, traitors walk amongst us. Traitors plot to end us. Traitors would have you believe their cause is noble. They wear many masks. They may look like your friends. They may even look like your most loyal servants. This is the face of a traitor.
Swift.
Major Swift, a respected member of the army and sworn servant of the kingdom, has plotted against us all. He was apprehended attempting to turn loyal soldiers against us, and is thus charged with espionage, treason, and conspiracy. Yet, there are still others darkening our land with their betrayal. We shall hunt these traitors down, wherever they may be, and they shall suffer the same fate as Major Swift, the fate of all enemies of the crown.
He has to be stopped. No matter what it takes, he has to be... Come on, we need to tell the others.
With Major Swift's death, there comes shockwaves through Albion's resistance. Up until now, it almost felt like Logan either didn't know what was out there, or he didn't think we were strong enough to be taken seriously. However, I imagine now, knowing that one of his most trusted and high-ranking soldiers had turned against him, he'll be on high alert. Furthermore, Swift was a strong, battle-hardened, and capable warrior. He was a voice amongst the soldiers, and without his influence, the resistance might have some issues with converting Albion's army to the cause.
Ben told us what happened. Swift was a good friend. He died like a true soldier.
A true soldier? Let's not pretend there was anything noble about the way he died. He was tortured, humiliated, and murdered.
And he didn't give Logan anything, or we'd be dead now. I called that noble.
It was just a matter of time before Logan did this. Before he decided to hunt us down. We have to fight back.
We're still not ready, though. We need more allies, and thanks to Swift's efforts, we know exactly where to look.
Before he was executed, the Major managed to send us a message.
A soldier still loyal to the old guard brought it to me, at great risk to his life.
What does it say? Well, this is Swifty we're talking about, so it's rather straightforward.
You will find allies in Aurora.
I still don't understand how anyone there could help us. Aurora is a dead land. There's nothing there.
Or at least, that's what we've been told. It's still the only lead we have, anyway.
Can we get on with the plan? I have an overwhelming urge to shoot someone.
First thing, we'll need a ship. You and Ben will get hold of one, while Paige and I make sure the rest of the fleet doesn't follow.
You'll need to go via the back alleys, and they'll be crawling with soldiers.
Not a problem. I know my way around the place. I'll meet you at the back of the sewers. We're gonna show Logan just what traitors can do.
Go on. My men are putting together the materials we'll need. It should be quite a display.
Aurora is a distant place. It could be a while before we return. If there's things you need to do, now's the time.
That's the game's classy way of saying the world will be different when I return to Albion. So I should make sure that I do all the quests I want to, purchase all of my desired goods, and make as many friends and connections as possible. However, my heart is pretty content with my character's current social status, gear, and renown. Following Ben, we devise a plan on how to get ourselves a ship.
We need to get to the far end of the dock, so probably best not to shoot until we have to. Come on. Leave the talking to me. I have an idea.
Stop. Only Royal Guard allowed.
Oh, I know, but can I just say, wow, you look so stylish, you know, with the helmets and everything, and me and my friend were wondering if we could join you, because, I mean, you just make us ordinary soldiers feel so inadequate.
Leave.
Oh, come on. Don't you have any leaflets or application forms we could take with us? If we could just get inside and get your autographs. We are huge fans.
Leave, or we will be forced to terminate you.
See? Even their vocabulary is stylish.
Some plan, huh? Together, Ben and I begin our rampage through Bowerstone's docks. This is the first time that I get to fight through Albion's Royal Guard, or at least the newer members of it. Really, they're pretty much like mercenaries with the way they fight, their gear, and their movements. I have to imagine, though, that they have more health and hit harder.
Let's get out of here. The docks are just round the corner.
That was Walter and Paige's part of the plan, and they certainly delivered. With the destruction of those ships, Albion's armies shouldn't be able to follow us out to sea, or at least we'll have a good head start. Now let's just hope that there's at least one ship left standing. Between us and the final stretch of the docks are a few more groups of soldiers. Aiming down my sights, holding the button for a more accurate shot, and firing away, the soldiers never stood a chance.
Walter, what kept you?
We have to hurry. They're going to be following us after all.
What about Paige?
She's staying behind. Someone needs to organize things here. Now, come on! Well, it's not much, but at least it floats. That's what counts.
Or, you know, we could take this one, and then not drown as soon as we leave port.
Even better. I've got a good feeling about this voyage.
From here, the hero of Brightwall, Ben Finn, and Sir Walter Beck step foot on the ship. For the first time in Fable's history, we get to explore a brand new region. The country of Aurora.
Are you all right?
Yes. Ben's not here?
No. Looks like we didn't all make it. I only hope... Well, maybe he washed up somewhere else. I'm sure that's it. Anyway, the only way forward seems to be through a rather ominous cave.
Well, that unfortunately didn't go to plan. It looks as though Albion's Royal Navy was able to track us down and sink the ship, hence why we didn't make it to Aurora's docks. While it's safe to say that the heroes are in the new region, where exactly in Aurora are we? For now, mine and Sir Walter's best bet for survival is to follow the cave system. If you remember though, Walter is severely claustrophobic, and what's about to come might just be his worst nightmare.
What the hopping hops is that? It must be protecting something. Like the way out, most likely.
This is definitely a peculiar area. It looks like it was once a part of a castle or city. It almost appears to be a structure from the Old Kingdom, but whatever it is, it's clearly been lost to time. As Walter and I descend to the magical barrier at the bottom, we see that we're not this place's first guests.
Well, wherever we are, we're not the only ones who got stuck in this damn place. Not the most encouraging sight in the world, is it? Still, they might have something useful on them. Why don't you check the second lock over there?
I found something. A note. It speaks to us still. Darkness incarnate. We know now we can never escape it.
Well, that doesn't sound good. Hey, I've got something too. One of these poor sods left a journal. Most of the pages have disintegrated, but well, you can still see plenty of weird symbols. It's mostly gobbledygook anyway. I mean, listen to this nonsense. Luminous spirits of the sands impart daybreak and gleam under a quiet moon. What's that supposed to be? Look at that. Can you believe I did that? Ooh. It does look somewhat dark, though. Oh, maybe going down isn't such a good idea.
If only Walter knew just how right he was. Unfortunately, it's where the story leads us to next, and it's where the tides of Fable 3 officially turn.
You know how I said it looked somewhat dark? Well, I'd like to amend that statement. We're looking into utter, total, complete darkness. Oh, what have you got there, boy? Ha! You little genius. Good boy. Oh, no, that's better.
As Walter and the hero begin their descent, they discuss what this place could have possibly been. Perhaps a castle, or maybe a temple of some sort. Either way, it's clearly been abandoned, and any light or warmth that once came from it is long gone. As Walter and I reach the end of the walkway, we notice that there's a bridge that can be drawn via a lever from the other side. Beyond the other side is yet another one of those odd magical force fields. From here, Walter makes me take the long way around to get to the lever. Why he couldn't just follow me down to begin with and avoid the whole bridge activation part is beyond me. Either way, pulling the lever, the bridge gets formed, but it's not a very discreet process.
Yes, and quiet as stealthy mice, the adventurers forged on ahead. I know I have a tendency to be slightly paranoid, but did that sound like something friendly to you?
I really don't know what that sounded like. It seemed like something slithering around in the dark, almost as if Walter and I are being watched.
Now where have we seen that before? Stand back. Walter the Scholar will deal with this. With an increasing sense of trepidation, admittedly. Luminous spirits of the sands Inhale the restless gloaming. Whoa! There you go. What can I say? I have a knack for gibberish. Do you ever get the feeling somebody's playing games with us?
All the time.
Let's just be thankful and get through this place as quickly as we can.
As Walter and I continue our crawl, the slithering noises start back up. This time though, they're louder and more frequent, almost as if whatever it is, it's in the room with us.
The light you bring will die. The light inside you will die. All that you are will die.
Oh, this isn't good.
The children are here to play.
From all corners of the now pitch black room, these shadowlight beings descend upon Walter and I. They have humanoid forms, but they literally appear to be made of darkness with wings attached. While the battle rages on, this unknown entity called the Crawler keeps speaking to us. It calls the shadow beings its children, and it threatens us with eternal torment and torture.
You're tainted. The stain will never wash out. The sun will never shine upon you again. Tainted, broken little toys.
It's all right. We're all right. We just have to keep going, that's all. We're all right.
Whatever these beings are, they're unlike anything that I've faced before. Sort of, but I'll get into that later. It's the unknown and what lurks behind them that makes them so frightening. From this point onward, Walter has completely lost his edge. Every movement or noise terrifies him to the bone. As the crawl goes on, the temple's aesthetic begins to change. There are now strange statues that line its walls. Sand starts to swallow all of the palace's features and additions. What's more, it looks like the way forward only gets darker and darker.
There's that sound again. It's almost like... No! Not the light, not the bloody light! Come on, work! These things are all around us. Come on, come on, come on!
Balls.
No, we have to get out of here. You hear me? We have to get out of here. As long as we have fire, we'll be all right. We'll have to keep walking, and we'll get out of here.
We are coming.
It's here!
We will devour your kingdom. There will be no bodies. There will be only darkness. The children commanded.
Whatever that thing was, assuming it to be the Crawler, it's absolutely terrifying. It looks demonic and otherworldly. The Crawler seems obsessed with going after myself and Walter. The children, or shadow beings, are what do its dirty work though. The Crawler doesn't seem to have any interest in fighting us, at least for now. Interestingly, this entity ended up making threats towards Albion. It's said that it's going to devour my kingdom and utterly destroy it. Along with that, the Crawler continues to try and scare Walter and I with threats of eternal damnation.
Did the blind seer not tell you about us? Did she not warn you?
It's gone. The bastard's dead and gone. Right, and we're getting out of here.
Our only light source is now gone, but at least the Crawler's been dealt with, right? As Walter leads the way, I stick close behind him. He apologizes for losing his cool and confesses that this scenario really is pulled from his worst nightmare. Darkness, enclosed spaces, and an unknown threat. Regardless, there's literally light at the end of the tunnel. Walter and I seem to have escaped this strange palace and are back out in one of Aurora's cave systems.
Looks like the only way is down. Goody. Right. Wait. Just wait, I'll need... You all right down there?
Yes! It isn't far down!
Right, here I come then. 3, 2, 1...
Walter!
You let him die. You let us take him.
Walter's fate is currently unknown, but at the moment, I'm getting swarmed by the children. While their numbers can be intense, the silver lining is that most disappear after a hit from any weapon. Given that magic has the shortest quote cooldown time, I found it to be the most efficient thing to use here. The further into the dungeon I get, the more things start to change. This black, otherworldly ooze starts to appear on the walls and floors.
A great wave of darkness will cover your land. They will come from nothing. Who would sit upon the throne?
The not-so-dead crawler continues to say that it's going to devour all of Albion. It tries to shape it as a good thing, as though the weak people of the country will get what's coming to them. A black void, darkness, eternal torment, and death. Along with those threats, the crawler throws in small details about Walter's current condition. The entity says that Walter has been tainted, poisoned, and taken over. His eyes are apparently gone, and he's one with the darkness now. Towards the end of the cave system, I end up weaving back into the palace. Of course, that was bound to happen. At the far end of the small court, I can see what looks to be Walter.
We have waited centuries for you. You see now the future that awaits you. All those people you want to save. The people you want to control. They will shrivel as your friend has.
The action continues with waves of the children spawning in from the black ooze. For now, their strength is in their numbers, as the battlefield is confining and they're coming from all corners. The crawler continues to spread its messages of doom, gloom, and the apocalypse that Albion faces. It calls itself the Plague and says that it spreads fast and far. The best I can do now for this fight is to stay light on my feet, roll around the court, and pick off each shadow being one at a time. Whenever I get the chance to, I can cast my AoE spells and knock off a bunch of the shadow beings that way.
The children hide in their shells. They have bodies now. Bodies can tear you asunder! You brought hurt! The children are angry!
The darkness has now possessed these bird-like statues that line the palace. They sort of remind me of minions from Fable Anniversary. In fact, they do bear a strong resemblance to the spellcaster variants that worked with Jack of Blades. They definitely have that Old Kingdom feel to them. I feel confident in assuming that this palace, or whatever it is, was once used by the Old Kingdom. As for the statues themselves, they're certainly a step up from the children. They're tankier and hit harder. When one dies, another one steps up to take its place. However, the name of the game is to just wear them thin. Before long, I managed to defeat every single one and wondered what could possibly be next.
The Dark Guardian shall come and protect us. And all that is flesh and light shall die.
The Sentinel acts as the final boss for Shadelight. It's a winged humanoid statue that fights using a scepter. It's incredibly powerful and can use all sorts of magical and strange attacks. It does have a few flaws though. It's extremely slow, and for the most part, its moves are fairly predictable. Perhaps worst of all, though, is that it doesn't have too much health.
This land is ours! Darkness shall spread across the world!
See? That thing. It blinded me. I can't see!
It's okay, Walter. I'm here.
We have to get out. Quickly. It's still out there. We need to leave.
The crawler is still close by, and at an excruciatingly slow pace, I start to lead Walter towards the nearby exit. The light is getting brighter and brighter, but I can still hear the darkness chanting in my ear. This land is ours. This land is ours.
Are we out? Did we get away?
Yes. We're safe now.
What can you see?
A desert.
I can feel the heat and the sand. But whatever that thing did to me, it's like it sucked all the light from inside me. I still can't see anything. Just don't let go.
It doesn't matter where Walter and I are now. At least we were out of that cursed, hellish cave. Although, to be frank, we're not in that much of a better spot. The only thing around us appears to be the desert.
I'm not sure. I don't know how far I can go. Are there no signs of civilization?
There's something in the distance. It looks like an enormous statue.
How far?
It's going to take us a few hours.
No, stop. I can't do this.
Of course you can. Come on.
I'm too weak. You have to leave me. Listen to me. I can't see. I can barely stand. I won't just slow you down. I'll get you killed. You have to go on without me.
From here, I have a choice to make. Do I abandon Walter, or do I get him through the desert?
I'm no use. You can't save me. I'm dead weight now.
Stop talking like that. We're going to make it through this.
Will you listen to me? You have to leave me behind. That thing left you weak too. Don't you think I can tell? What you have to do is too important to risk for an old wreck like me. Listen, you have to go on without me.
I'm not leaving you behind, Walter. I can't do this without you. I won't leave you here.
You have to. I can't. I can't.
Walter!
It's all right. It's all going to be all right.
I'll come back for you. I promise. I'll get help.
You'll do me proud. I know you'll do me proud.
Walter!
At the end of it, while it doesn't seem like the outcome would have been any different, abandoning Walter was the immoral choice, while helping him get as far as possible was the good one. Interestingly, traveling to the sanctuary, it now has a new look to it. Darkness has infected each room. The mysterious black ooze is leaking down the walls and spread out across the floors. Jasper is nowhere to be found. This is surely a teaser for what's to come if the crawler and the children succeed. From here, my goal is to make it across the desert. I can cross my fingers that there are people somewhere that can help Walter. For the first bit, everything goes smoothly. However, it does take long before the crawler's grip around the hero of Brightwall gets tighter.
I can't see. I need help. Please.
I'm blind. I can't see. Help me. You abandoned your friend to die. He's calling for you, while the children spread out his heart to the skies.
Is that you? What's happened?
This world is ours. We will smother every light, every last breath, from every last mouth.
The desert's atmosphere takes a turn, and suddenly, darkness is in my character's head. It's showing me visions of Walter that may or may not be true. At this point, being right outside of the Crawler's cave, Walter could be dead for all I know.
He would have done anything for you. Now he screams alone. He curses you. Not even in death will he forgive you. Your strength is ebbing. We can feel it.
My brigade had been pinned down by the enemy, until there was just me and 2 other men left. We retreated into a cave, but they never came after us. They just blew the entrance, sealed us in. We spent 3 days in that cave. No light, no food. Just 3 men waiting to die in the dark.
The light in your eyes offends us. Let it go out! Are you blind? Are you blind yet? There's nothing left. You're gone. All gone.
He's still alive. The other can't be far away.
Taking a nap in the sun? Typical royalty. You had me worried there for a while.
Walter!
Don't worry, we'll find him. You just sit tight, my friend.
As the scene cuts, we can see that my hero is being brought into the city of Aurora. Finally, salvation.
Can you help them?
The young one will be fine. He is strong. We need to tend to the older one at once.
Hang in there, Walter.
Hey, boy.
You are awake. Good. My name is Kaelin, and you are in the city of Aurora. I have much to tell you.
Walter? How is he?
He is fortunate to be alive, but we have seen his condition before. We may be able to help him.
Is there another of my friends here? I thought I saw in the desert.
A devilishly handsome soldier by the name of Ben Finn? Not dead yet, my friend.
Please, come with me.
Don't worry, he's a tough old nut. He'll pull through. It's so good to see you. When I was fished out of the local port and Walter and you weren't there, well, I thought it was all over. Then I realised I was being an arse, and I worked my charms to get a search party out for you. Not that Kaelin here needed much persuading.
We are accustomed to misfortune. Now it is time you saw our city.
Welcome to Aurora, the city of nightmares.
The Crawler did this. The being you fought in the desert caves. It appeared 5 years ago, bringing darkness and death. The few of us who still live have known nothing but fear since. We never know when it will come. And we cannot hope to defeat the creature and its spawn without an army. Even with someone like you by our side, Ben Finn speaks most highly of you. But you are not the first savior to come here. Please, walk down to our streets. See for yourself. Then we may talk more.
Go ahead. I've seen enough already. I'll check up on Walter.
What an experience that was. The Crawler had me cornered in the desert, darkness and despair filling my body. However, Kaelin and the hardy Ben Finn were able to come to my rescue and cure the darkness. They managed to recover Walter too, and he's still alive, but just barely. The Crawler certainly had a stronger chokehold over him than it did with me. In any case, I'm now officially in the city of Aurora. It's been a long time coming, but by some miracle, the hero of Brightwell made it. However, it's nothing like I would have pictured. It's dark, run down, and destroyed. The people here are either scared or dead. There's no hope in these lands. Again, this is a taste of what's to come if the Crawler ends up going to Albion. Placed around Aurora's streets are notes and memorials for the deceased. There are writings from Kaelin as well as other citizens. They detail the atrocities that the darkness has done to the people.
You are the one who survived the desert night.
Yes.
We have not had much fortune with outsiders. But as you can see, fortune deserted us long ago. You have come to a cursed land.
What are you doing here? Everybody else seems to be hiding.
I am honoring the dead. My wife and my child. And I stand here because I do not fear joining them.
I'm sorry.
You may read their memorials if you wish. There are many elsewhere. On statues, doorways, wherever a memory will allow itself to live on.
Now, if you remember, I mentioned earlier that I had sort of faced an enemy like the darkness before. Well, if you recall in Fable 2, I had to make my way through the Temple of Shadows and deliver Reaver's seal to the Court of Shadows. Among the trials that awaited me in there were defeating these shadow enemies. Some took on the forms of beasts, others took on the forms of humans. Furthermore, the entrance to the Temple of Shadows is very identical to the entrance of Shadelight. They both contain Old Kingdom architecture as well as the circular spiral staircase that goes downwards. While the Court of Shadows is not the same entity as the Crawler, it is still a form of darkness. Plus, the court did eradicate the entire town of Oakvale, something that the Crawler and the children plan on doing to all of Albion. In any case, the similarities are quite interesting to bring up. Why do these unknown demonic shadow entities tend to dwell in Old Kingdom ruins? Is there some connection there, or is it just purely coincidental? Food for thought.
Now you know what we have suffered. But as I said before, you are not the first outsider to come here.
Who was the other?
His name was Logan, the King of Albion.
Seems your big brother's been keeping secrets. He used to go on expeditions all the time, remember? Until about 4 years ago.
He too faced the Crawler. He saw all his soldiers killed by the darkness and nearly died himself. But he survived thanks to our care. He left with a promise that he would return with an army and save us from the Crawler. We never saw him again. King Logan did not cause this, but he did nothing to stop it. Now I ask that you do what he would not. Ben Finn has told us of your quest, of your revolution. There are not many warriors left among us, but we have ships, and we are willing to fight beside you. Not because your brother wronged us, nor because we thirst for revenge, but because we want protection. We require aid if we are to survive. That is the promise you must make. Help us to rebuild Aurora and allow it to become a true part of your kingdom. Not a colony, not a thing to be used, but a place with a voice in your court.
I promise.
Then let us go to war.
There's a lot to unpack there. While I'll get into it in just a moment, the show must go on, and let me tell you, the show is only ramping up.
You have survived a terrible ordeal, but you will be the stronger for it. With Kaelin and the Auroran people on your side, you are finally ready to face your brother. It is time for you and Walter to gather your allies and take Bowerstone Castle.
This is it. The moment me, Jasper, Paige, Ben, Sabine, and the citizens of the country have all been waiting for. It's finally time to win over Albion. Readying myself, I purchased what upgrades I could with however many guild seals I had left. There was just one thing though, Walter. Will he live? Was he even able to fight anymore? There are a lot of uncertainties. Really, there is only one way to get any answers though. When ready, I approached the portal and stepped into the light.
How is he? Is he gonna make it?
I do not know. The darkness is deep within him. Few ever wake.
But he's improving. I mean, you're doing your thing and he's getting better, right?
I do not wish to give you false hope.
Perhaps it would be better if we allowed him to rest.
Don't worry, he's a tough old nut. He'll pull through. Walter?
Oh, balls to you all. You're not burying me just yet.
See? I told ya!
Yes. Shame my first sight had to be your ugly mug.
I'm sorry I left you, Walter.
You did all you could. And don't think I don't know it. I told you you'd make me proud. Well, we didn't exactly find the army we were hoping for. And I feel about 100 years older than when we left, but we're finally ready. You've surpassed every hope I had for you. You're the king Albion needs. So come on. It's time to gather your generals and prepare for battle.
With a miraculous recovery from Walter, we're ready to sail back to Albion with our new allies and go to war.
All right, I've got it. I take a small group of soldiers down this route and blow up the west barracks. It will draw their attention and open up the main route.
How's that better than my idea?
We will live longer than a few seconds.
Oh, well, now you're just picking holes.
Give it up, boy. What I want to know is what my men need to do.
That's for the future king to decide.
Paige knows the city best. We'll follow her plan.
Fine. I only put mine forward to annoy her anyway.
I see you've really matured on your travels. If you'll look at the map, we can go through the details.
My ships will take you to the beach here.
We can expect heavy mortar fire, but most of Logan's soldiers will be busy dealing with Paige and her men.
I want to be in the thick of the smoke, and the fire, and the glory. If Paige takes the west route, it's only fair I take the east.
Which leaves the centre to us. Less chance of getting lost.
Then we're agreed.
Are you sure you're up to this, Walter?
Oh, don't worry about me. I may feel old and tired, but the day hasn't come yet when I can't charge into a good old-fashioned fight. Let the battle for Albion begin!
Our people are getting torn to shreds out there. They need our help.
We need to take care of that mortar.
We've already lost one ship. Kaelin's could be there. Come on.
That's right. It's time you led from the front. We'll follow every step of the way. Ready? Let's go!
It's now time to look alive. The skeleton crew of myself, Walter, and Ben are leading the charge from the beach. Logan's army is holding Albion's army at bay, but with the three of us on the field, we should be able to turn the tides of war. For the most part, this section feels largely the same as the crawl through Bowerstone's docks. Pocket groups of soldiers meet us at every turn, and our goal is to slowly advance through the gates. If I stay still for too long, I'm a prime target for the aforementioned mortar that's currently kicking our butts. So, the aim of the game is to keep advancing and to not stay in one place for too long. Luckily, along the pathway up, I'd end up encountering more allies. They'd aid us in the fighting, and most importantly, they'd act as meat shields while I took down Logan's guards from afar. Eventually, the path leading to the city gate was clear, and the gunmen had fallen in battle.
The Auroran ship should be able to move in closer now.
Come on, Kaelin, do your stuff.
Into the city!
From here, the crawl continues, but now it's on to the interior of Bowerstone. The resistance has taken the fight to the streets, and the long march up to the castle officially begins. Alright, really quick, let's talk about what Kaelin said back on Aurora. Logan had apparently seen and experienced the darkness for himself. He knows exactly what the crawler is capable of. He had a similar encounter to where he was almost left for dead. Furthermore, he knows that it's been eyeing Albion. So why then is Logan actively wearing the country down, practically doing the job for it? Why is he cruel, unforgiving, and tyrannical towards the people if he's seen the other side of things? Wouldn't he want the opposite of what darkness brings? Joy, prosperity, and hope? Also, the crawler is right in regards to something it had said. How come Teresa never mentioned anything about it? How come she never said that there's this otherworldly demonic force on the other side of the ocean that set its sights on Albion? In any case, I'll put the crawler and the darkness to the side for now and focus on the battle for Bowerstone.
Is this not the grandest time you've ever had?
Sabine, you almost blew us up.
You saw a glorious beacon of freedom burning in the night for all the...
No.
What is it, Boulder? Oh, bloody hell. Move!
It'll take more than a grenade to finish off that old sod.
Meanwhile, let's do what he says and get moving, shall we?
As the war rages on, new pathways through Bowerstone open up. Courtyards and catwalks are now accessible to the skeleton crew. It seems as though we've breached Sabine's side of the battle. Lone Dweller soldiers are keeping Logan's guards at bay. This is perfect as my trio can continue to sweep through the city undetected and pick off the straggler fighters. It doesn't take long for us to hit a bridge that leads deeper into the city. On the other side is a gate. Unfortunately, it's locked and sturdy, so it might not be a good way to go through. However, with a war comes the destruction of the city, and with destruction comes new opportunities.
Look, it's Paige. That girl knows how to handle herself. Come on, we're not far from the castle now. We'll meet up with her there.
Leaping through attics and bedrooms of destroyed houses, I'm able to circumvent the locked gate and get one step closer to the castle. On the other side, there are more of Sabine's dwellers who are putting in the work and keeping the guards at bay. With the Resistance's progress, it really feels like we have a decent shot at taking over the kingdom.
Come on, Paige, where are you? Paige!
My men are taking care of the East guards, but I couldn't leave you out here alone.
That deserves a round of applause.
At this point in the war, every single unit of Resistance, minus the Aurorans, has been able to unite on the front. We're all grouped up now and stronger than ever. With an overwhelming force of soldiers and fighters, we make our final advancement to the gates that lead up to the castle. Picking off the last wave of Logan's guard, the only thing that we need to worry about now is getting through to the other side. This time though, there are no burnt down houses or destroyed walls.
Stay alert. There'll be more coming. We have to find a way past this gate.
Always with the damn gates.
What we need are explosives, but I used mine up on the way here.
If only we knew some sort of tiny, crazy old man who enjoyed blowing things.
Ha ha! Did you see that, Boulder? Let the whole city bow to our thunder.
Hang on. How did you get to the other side in the first place?
Dwellers have their ways, my boy. Is there anyone left to kill?
There will be soon. More troops are on the way. Kalian's fleet got a fair few, but not all.
We'll hold them off.
Come on, Boulder, there's more fighting to be done.
Good luck in there. Hope the crown fits.
Let's finish this for good, while I can still stand up on my own. Shall we knock? No. Let's surprise him.
So, this is how it ends. The old fool and the child who ran away. You've finally become the man I always wanted you to be.
He's a lot more than that, and now he's ready to take your place.
Perhaps the time has come for someone else to lead Albion.
You were never a leader, just another tyrant.
Did it ever occur to you that I may have had good reason to be?
We're not interested in your reasons.
Cower behind ignorance if you will, but my brother deserves to know the truth.
Save it for the trial, Logan. You can beg for your life then. There he is. The King of Albion. You've made it. Just like I always knew you would. It doesn't get any easier, though. You have a country to run now. And with Jasper busy in the sanctuary, you'll need a new personal aide. Someone who can keep you organized. Let me introduce you to...
Hobson. Hobson's the name, Your Majesty. May I say what an extraordinary honor it is to serve you? I have a vast wealth of experience, I assure you, though I have yet to experience vast wealth. That, Your Majesty, is an example of the sense of humor which will no doubt make our time together such a delight.
No doubt. Well, I'll leave you two to get better acquainted. I should begin preparations for the trial.
The trial, of course. The very first item on today's agenda. Among my other qualities, I am well versed in toadying, public relations, and time management. And I heartily believe the key to being a successful king is following a well-scheduled royal agenda. If you will permit me, here are today's appointments. I'm sure you will do a marvelous job presiding over your brother's trial, which, as I said, will be your very first royal duty. Your subjects await in the throne room for what is sure to be an historic occasion, Your Majesty.
Well, here I am, the end of a long road. It feels like forever ago that a young prince fled this castle. All of the allies and friends that I've made along the way, the trials and challenges that I've faced, and the horrors and atrocities that I've run into. It's all led up to this moment. I'm now the king of Albion. The responsibility of the country and its people rests on my shoulders. I've seen the changes that need to happen, and I remember the promises and pledges I've made to the various factions. Under my rule, things are going to be different. Albion will be a joyful, prosperous, and hopeful place. It won't be the same regime that my brother Logan had. I'll make sure that I keep Albion's best interests in mind. However, as the story continues, we might just find a few more plots and twists that flip this story on its head. We'll see that not everything is as it seems in Fable 3, and that my work is only just beginning. With a filled schedule, it was time to officially start ruling over Albion. The very first item on today's agenda was to decide Logan's fate. From the outside looking in, it feels like it should be a cut and dry trial, right? He brought so much pain, suffering, and poverty to the country. Why should he get to live while so many others lost their lives unjustly? Well, as it would turn out, there might have been more to his actions than meets the eye. It's been hinted at for a while now, but with the upcoming trial, his reasonings get revealed.
All stand to attention for the King of Albion. Logan, former King of Albion, you stand accused today of crimes against the kingdom and its people. Those who brought you to justice will now speak.
There's not a soul alive in the kingdom who hasn't suffered for his glory, and plenty who've died for it. I says, let him have some death of his own.
Look, I'm not one for lopping people's heads off, but we saw Major Swift executed like it was a bloody circus act. He deserves nothing less as far as I'm concerned.
But aren't we better than that? Isn't that why we fought to be here now? I've seen what Logan has done to this city. People starving to death, children forced to work. But killing him now won't solve anything.
It is not my place to decide his fate. But his betrayal condemned many of my people to death. He promised us salvation, and then left us to face the darkness alone.
I had good reason to break that promise, and I had good reason for the crimes you claim I committed. The day I returned to Albion, I received a visit from a blind seer, Teresa, our father's guide. She showed me the future of this kingdom. The darkness in Aurora is coming here, bringing death, destruction, the end of our way of life. The sacrifices I had to make, I did them to protect Albion. If a few had to suffer, it was to build an army. If a few had to die, it was to save a country. I have spent years preparing for this attack. Let me stand by your side now, and all my soldiers will be yours to command. Let us face the coming darkness, together.
If this is true, if it's really coming here, we are all in grave danger.
You have the power over life and death, brother. Now choose.
So Logan claims that he acted like a tyrant in order to save Albion, overworking the citizens, draining the country's resources, starving the masses, and raising a second army. This was all done to prepare the kingdom for the upcoming attack from the darkness. Bloodline aside, he's done some truly terrible things. He had Lady Elise and Major Swift executed, along with so many others. He spread fear and misery across the land. However, at the end of the day, if what he says about the Crawler is true, then it really is an all-hands-on-deck situation. We need his army in order to beat back the darkness and to save Albion. Plus, it is the morally right decision to make.
This is not the time for revenge. We need your help, Logan.
The king has made his decision. Logan's life will be spared.
I know you will never forgive me for the things I've done. You told me so once, remember?
Of course I do.
But what matters now is that we defend our land. The castle is yours, and so is the throne. I'm glad to be rid of them.
That completes the first task for today's long agenda. If anything though, that was one of the easier items to knock off the list.
You have fulfilled the first part of your destiny. You were little more than a child when you left the castle. You have become a hero, a leader, and now, finally, a monarch. But your journey is not yet done. Now you are king. You can know the truth. Albion will soon be attacked, and the threat could not be greater. Darkness is coming to our land. It cannot be reasoned with, it cannot be halted. The ruler of Albion is all that stands between the world we inhabit and that darkness. That is why you had to take your brother's place. The course of history demands it. If you do not succeed, everything we know will come to an end.
Why didn't you tell me all this at the start? It was never about Logan, was it?
I told you what you needed to know, and I never spoke anything but the truth. With Logan on the throne, Albion would have been doomed. This much I know. Only with a hero wearing the crown do we stand a chance of survival.
And how do I stop it?
You won't. Its arrival is inevitable. 1 year from now, the darkness will fall upon Albion. All you can do is prepare, and hope to save as many of your people as you can. How you do so is up to you. 2 paths lie ahead. You may keep the promises you have made and be known as a benevolent ruler. But understand that doing so will leave little to spend on the kingdom's protection and may lead you to disaster. It is not easy to be popular and keep the treasury full, unless you are willing to sacrifice your personal wealth. But you may also choose to break those promises, to harm your people in order to save them. You will not lack the means to build the army you need, but you will be hated. This path will cast you in the role of a tyrant, as it did your brother. You have 1 year to do what Logan could not. Be the ruler that readies Albion for the greatest threat it has ever faced, and be the hero that can stand against it.
This is truly one of the trickiest dilemmas that a Fable game has presented to the player. A good and virtuous ruling leads to the destruction of the country and death to its people. Meanwhile, a corrupt and evil regime ends up bringing salvation to Albion. Good decisions lead to a bad outcome, and bad decisions lead to a good outcome. However, there's no way to fill everyone in on the bigger picture, and all they're going to focus on is the here, now, and what promises I've made. Logan's actions now make a lot more sense. Where he went wrong is that there was no open line of communication. Obviously, though, that had to be the case, as otherwise there would have been mass hysteria and panic. Unfortunately for me, I'm faced with the same difficult choices. I really wish there was a way to just tell the world that things are going to be tight for a bit, and then have them understand it completely. Since that isn't the case though, I have a complicated future ahead of me. In 1 year, the Crawler and its forces reach Albion, and no matter what, I have to be ready. Until then, there are plenty of decisions that could make or break the country. Now, since I decided to choose the morally right path in Fable 3, all of the decisions going forward will be the good and pure ones. Honestly, it will get frustrating to watch at certain points, but I made a choice at the beginning of the game and I intend to honor it.
Your Majesty, I'm not sure what to say after receiving such news. The darkness that is coming. People won't understand what it means. Nobody could, without living through it first. We need to prepare. If we can't stop the attack from happening, we have to be ready when it comes. Having Logan's troops on our side is a good start, but you will need to raise a fortune to pay for the army we'll need. Hobson will show you the treasury, and I'm sure he can explain just how to fill it.
Indeed I can.
Then I will leave you to it. Ben and I will begin recruiting and training soldiers at once.
If you will follow me, Your Majesty. Oh, how I have looked forward to this moment.
As Hobson leads me to the next room over, I can see a small mountain of gold piled up on the floor. It's certainly a lot, 400,000 gold coins worth. But just how expensive will this upcoming war be?
It's, well, not as replete as one would like, but just imagine this room shimmering with hills, valleys, and plateaus of gold, a topography of riches going all the way up to the ceiling. It will require nothing less to build this army everyone is talking about. Which brings us to the second item on today's agenda, and one I'm personally very excited about. Setting the tax rate for the coming year. As you probably know, your brother was taxing the people rather heavily, and some say that this has led to poverty, starvation, and other societal ills.
From here, Hobson goes on to explain the three options for this year's taxes. Number one, and the morally good choice, is to lower the rates. This would help everyone to recover from their economic hardship. However, by lowering the tax rate, that completely depletes the royal treasury, leaving nothing for future decisions. Option 2 is to raise the tax rate. This is the evil choice and goes beyond what Logan had the citizens paying. It will financially ruin many of Albion's peoples, but it'll help fund the war. Then option 3, which is seemingly neutral, is to keep Logan's tax rate. This doesn't have any effect on the treasury and doesn't push the alignment meter in any way. Wanting to fulfill my promises of being a benevolent ruler, I went with option number 1.
Very well, Your Majesty. Well, how very noble. Yes, I suppose noble is the word. How very noble of you. The people are no doubt dancing in the streets. And we are bankrupt. You will need to be more ruthless if you wish to save the kingdom, Your Majesty. There are other, less salubrious means of filling the treasury, of course. You may donate your own gold, should you have enough. Though I must say, such charity is unheard of.
As Hobson stated, it is possible for me to donate my personal funds to the treasury. However, given that we're dealing with hundreds of thousands of gold pieces at a time, and I have about 4,000 gold in my coin purse, my contributions will hardly make a dent. Either way, with that item checked off, it's off to the next matter of business, dealing with Reaver in Bowerstone Industrial. Hobson is the first one to say that I should set my differences aside with him. He's excellent at making money, and with him as an ally, Albion could certainly raise enough funds to defeat the darkness. The issue is that, knowing Reaver, what he'll propose will likely be preposterous and unsavory. As I made way for Bowerstone Industrial, crowds of citizens have gathered to shower me in applause and cheer. The sentiment is nice, but if only they knew what it cost.
Oh, happy day! His Majesty, the King of Albion, graces us with his radiant presence. I knew last time we met that you would emerge victorious from such public sibling rivalry. And now, here I am, to assist you in filling your coffers till they are fit to burst. What better way to begin your reign than by reinstating one of my most successful policies? There is no greater waste than the idleness of our city's youth. But my employment scheme guarantees children of all ages will have something to occupy them, whilst ensuring our factories are properly manned.
It's just monstrous. Don't listen to him. You promised you would end child labor. Remember that promise now.
And what would you have us do with the snotty little indigents?
The only way Bowerstone is going to climb out of the gutter is through education. Nothing is more important to our future than that. Turn this factory into a school. Give the children of this city the chance they never had.
You'll notice that this whole Reaver versus Page debate becomes a normal thing at this stage of the game. Reaver offers up a borderline heinous yet lucrative business plan, while Page opposes it and rebuttals with something more practical for the citizens. In this case, reinstating child labor, the evil choice, brings 500,000 worth of funds back to the treasury. Meanwhile, opening a school drains 200,000 gold, and right now, it's not even money that the kingdom has.
The factory will become a school.
Thank you. We can really start changing people's lives now. This will be an Albion worth fighting for.
I shall begin the necessary modifications at once.
After every choice is made, Reaver shows off the final product of my decision. He shares some witty remarks regarding what was built. For my playthrough, you can usually see the positive impact that it has on the community. However, you can also see how far into debt the decision has sunk the kingdom. As of right now, Albion is 200,000 gold in debt. Something that's only shown during loading screens is the stat on how much money I need in order to save the people. The population of Albion is 6,500,000. In order for everyone to survive the upcoming war, I need about 6,500,000 gold pieces in the treasury. Right now, with how indebted the kingdom is, almost every citizen of Albion is projected to die. Let that show you that sometimes the right decision isn't always the right decision. Either way, the children of Bowerstone now have the right to education. Under my rule, gone are the days of child labor. Slowly, the kingdom's reversing all of the damage done to the city. That leads me into the next matter of business. Back at the castle, I'm to listen to a proposal for rebuilding the Old Quarter, the area of Bowerstone that the Resistance destroyed during the Revolution.
Today, you will decide what is to be done with the Bowerstone Old Quarter, site of the battle for Albion. Page will offer her proposal. Reaver shall stand against her.
You may speak.
Your Majesty, our victory came at a great cost to the city. You vowed to fight poverty, but our actions have made the problem worse. You must act now. I ask that the Old Quarter be rebuilt, and its former residents rehomed.
Your Majesty, the Old Quarter was indeed devastated by your glorious triumph, but as its name subtly implies, it was old. The cost of rebuilding the area would be a colossal waste of money, and the people who called its decrepit shambles of streets and houses their home are better off without it.
The Old Quarter was essentially where the lower income households were. As it stands, a lot of Bowerstone's citizens have become unhoused because of my actions. While the revolution was necessary to remove Logan's regime, a lot was lost during the battle. I'm going to rebuild the Old Quarter, but in order to do so, it's going to cost the kingdom 550,000 gold. And mind you, I'm already 200,000 gold in debt.
We destroyed the Old Quarter. It's only right we rebuild it.
The king has reached his decision. The Old Quarter shall be rebuilt, and its former residents will have their homes returned.
Thank you, Your Majesty. This will be a very popular move.
I suppose there may be something to be gained by rebuilding part of the city. It shows our sense of industry has not yet been dampened. Very well, Your Majesty.
That knocks off all of the items on today's agenda. In one day of ruling, I was able to do right by many of Albion's citizens. I kept my promises, vowed to make repairs to the city, and ensured that the future would be hopeful. I can only hope that more gold finds its way into the treasury, though.
It breaks one's heart to see the treasury so empty. If we don't do something about it, we will all die. And I have some very definitive retirement plans. As a matter of fact, our very first order of business might have a bearing on our financial situation. The time has come to decide the annual town guard budget. As you can imagine, the people like to complain about crime and the lack of safety on our streets, and are calling for more guards than your brother was ever willing to pay for.
In case you couldn't tell, the next little bit of Fable 3 is decision after decision. There are more choices to make than just keeping promises and dealing with Bowerstone. For this dilemma, it's back to picking between 3 choices. The first option, which is the good one, is if I want to raise the guard budget. This would allow for a safer and more protected Bowerstone, although it would drain 200,000 more gold from the budget. Option 2, the evil choice, is to lower it. This has the reverse effect, where I'd save money, but the streets would be more dangerous. Then the third option, which is probably just the best one anyways, is to keep the budget as is. Other than the old quarter, which was rebuilt, and industrial, which has already taken a turn for the better, crime isn't that big of an issue in Bowerstone. Either way, I ended up keeping up with my holy persona and chose to raise the budget.
The people will be delighted, Your Majesty. But will they thank you when they are dead? Not unless they are turned into some sort of awful zombie creatures. That isn't what is going to happen, is it? Anyway, this will leave a sizable gap in the treasury. Unless you can cover the expenses out of your own pocket, I'm afraid we shall be in dire straits indeed.
From here, Hobson goes over the rest of today's schedule with my character. Honestly, the thing that stood out the most to me was the number of days left until the darkness attacks. It went from 365, a whole year, to 339. This was pretty jarring, as that meant time's moving a lot faster than I thought it would. I'd have even less time to try and fill the treasury. Fortunately, today's agenda seems a little less packed than the previous days, or in this case, what was almost a month ago. The first matter of business, in my opinion, is pretty trivial. Essentially, I have to decide on which kind of decor I'd like for Castle Bowerstone.
Today you decide on the decor of the castle. 2 of Albion's greatest interior designers have come to present their suggestions.
You may speak.
Your Majesty, I am Herman Worthy, and I have a design in mind that will blow your little royal socks off. Imagine a celestial scheme capable of lifting the shadows that haunt these halls. A fabulous balance of serene hues that announce to the world, I am a strong, virtuous leader. Hear me roar. But also, look how pretty my home is.
Celestial? Serene? Pretty? Do you wish to be known as a ruler or as a fool? I am Sybil Maleficent, Your Majesty, and I can tell you that people respect what they fear. This castle should be a fortress of dread. I propose that we flood the rooms and corridors with blood, or at least a suitable paint substitute.
Honestly, probably the easiest decision that I'll have to make during my reign as Albion's ruler. What's more, the royal treasury doesn't take any kind of blow or dent, so of course I had to go with the good decor.
I wish this to be an enlightened castle.
Oh, fabulous, Your Majesty, fabulous! Your castle will be a vision of purity.
And what's more, fashion and good taste must choke down their nausea.
With the karmic balance of the universe at play, the next decision as King of Albion wouldn't be so easy.
Today you decide on the future of Aurora, Your Majesty. Kaelin will speak for her people. Reaver will dispute her cause.
You may speak.
I am here to seek the protection you promised. It is too long since my people felt safe, or knew of life without suffering. We were honored to join your fight to claim Albion. Now it is time we joined your kingdom.
There is nothing so noble as embracing other cultures, and I, for one, could not be happier to count Aurora as part of Albion. But surely they must work for that privilege, and I happen to know just how to put them to good service. There is an abandoned mine in the Auroran desert that holds enough materials to benefit the whole kingdom. Let us employ Kaelin and her people to gather what resources there may be. That can be their payment.
This is honestly a really difficult decision. I'm not talking about the ethics of it, as of course, Aurora deserves to be a part of Albion after they helped to take back the country. Just looking at the financials though is the heartbreaking part. Keeping the promise drains another 700,000 gold from the budget, while breaking it adds 500,000. Breaking the promise, it sounds like Aurora still gets to be a part of Albion, but it's through labor and hard work. I wish there was a way to slowly merge the two regions together that didn't break the bank. However, a promise is a promise, and morally, I owe it to Kaelin to keep it.
I will keep my promise. Aurora will become part of Albion, and its people will be our equals in every way.
The king has spoken. Aurora shall be rebuilt as part of Albion, and equal to every other part of the kingdom.
Thank you, Majesty. You have proven to be a man of honor. Aurora is proud to stand at your side.
In case you were wondering why exactly it costs so much to merge with Aurora, that's because of a few factors. As Reaver gives me his tour of the new and improved western continent, I can see that the city itself has been rebuilt, supply routes and schedules have been created, guard posts and presences have been upped, etc. Aurora has been given the same set of privileges that the other cities and villages in Albion have, a right to safety and peace.
A most brave decision in court today, Your Majesty. Aurora might have proven to be a rather profitable resource, but I'm sure we can find other means of filling the treasury. As a matter of fact, we could already have stumbled upon such an opportunity. Aurora may not turn out to be a waste after all. It seems that a group of Albion explorers visiting Aurora have discovered a rare diamond in the desert. They heard the legend of this extraordinary gem from the locals, and understandably set out to find it, without a moment's regard for their own lives. Which may go some way to explaining why only one of the explorers returned in one piece. He came back empty-handed, speaking of the hideous desert beings protecting the treasure. Think of the glory, Your Majesty, the adventure, the romance, the large sums of money we stand to make.
Well, that's at least a lead on how to throw some gold back into the treasury. You know what though, I didn't hate Reaver's idea of having workers set up shop in one of Aurora's mines. If it's fair labor, the workers are consenting, and it'll at least help the treasury in some way, it's honestly not a bad idea. But unfortunately, everyone in Albion seems too focused on the near future as opposed to the bigger picture. Because of that, it's only what Albion can do for them now, and not in a year's time after evading possible annihilation. While this item on the agenda can be seen as a way to boost the kingdom's treasury, free of moral charge, cynically I think that it was added in to keep the player's attention. You can't have an action-adventure RPG and completely take out the action and adventure parts. You know what though, I don't mind getting to explore more of Aurora, especially after I spent 700,000 gold to rebuild it. The city is certainly a different place now. There are actually people in the streets. Shops, services, and stalls have been set back up. Furthermore, there are now some side quests and jobs that are available to me. It does make it even more rewarding when I'm able to reap the rewards from my choices. Something I can't help but wonder though, with the darkness still so close to Aurora, what makes them think that the Crawler and the children can't just come back and redestroy it? They did it once, so why can't they just do it again? Maybe with its sights set on Albion, Aurora knows that the Crawler won't bother it until it's dealt with the mainland. Or maybe now too, with the protection that Aurora's been provided, the darkness might think twice about attacking again. Honestly, I'm really not sure. Either way, my adventure of finding this highly valuable diamond leads me back out into the desert. You know what, to tell you the truth, I thought that maybe I'd have another run-in with the darkness out in the shifting sands. That anticipation gave me slight anxiety, and because of that, I applaud Lionhead for making me feel those emotions in real life. In the end though, I never ended up finding the Crawler or the children. Instead, I ended up running into Sand Furies, the very same kind that Reaver had me face back at his manor, so I suppose that answers my questions from before on their origin. The Sand Furies are still pretty tough opponents. Even though my character has come pretty far in terms of their stats and abilities, the Furies are still no walk in the park. This time, I'd end up encountering them mostly in groups of 4 or 5. All at once, I found that to be pretty overwhelming. Their sporadic movements, their ability to use ranged combat, and their ability to leap around the battlefield really came to light here. This quest would end up leading me into some kind of ancient temple, as Hobson said it would. At this point in Fable, anytime I see an abandoned or old-looking structure, my mind just assumes that it's Old Kingdom, even though that's probably not always correct. After battling through what felt like a dozen groups of Sand Furies, I finally made it to the last part of the temple. It was a giant chamber, and at the back there was the aforementioned diamond. Snagging it was no problem. In fact, at first, I faced very little resistance in the room. However, as soon as the gem was in my possession, the Furies started to come out of the woodworks. This was one of the only times where I was worried on my hero's health and status. I had a few health potions, but certainly not a crazy supply worth. Interestingly, the temple did continue onward, as there was another section of the dungeon that could have been explored. However, the golden trail was leading me back out the way I came, and at risk of running thin on supplies, I decided to just follow it. Truly, I don't know how you'd face groups of these enemies and only rely on melee combat. Given their speed and numbers, I found it pretty difficult to let off a chain of attacks and not get smacked into the void. Fortunately, at this point, my main source of damage comes from range attacks, but I couldn't imagine having to just rely on melee weapons here. Either way, with the diamond in my inventory, the trek back to Aurora was pretty simple. I didn't have to take on any enemies whatsoever, and after making it back to the docks, I was home free and onto the castle.
It's more beautiful than I dared to imagine. And heavy, too. Our experts estimate it's worth a small fortune. Of course, now the question becomes, what do you wish to do with this fine stone? Shall I deposit the money from the sale into the treasury?
For me personally, this was a pretty easy decision. Morals aside, the diamond was worth 500,000 gold, and the treasury was over 1.5 million in debt. So, straight into the bank it went.
A truly selfless act. I am constantly in awe of your generous and noble spirit. Putting the safety of your people before your own reward. Bravo, your majesty. Bravo.
That knocks down another day's agenda. What's more, the quest ended up giving me some guild seals too, which at this point in the game are definitely needed.
The treasury is looking rather sickly, wouldn't you agree? We must always be wary of unnecessary expenditures and watch out for possible avenues of profit. With that in mind, I would like to discuss the thorny issue of child benefits, which were abolished under your brother's rule. There are vocal elements within the community who are clamoring for us to bring it back. In the interests of the treasury, and of the long-term welfare of the people, I have a counter-proposal. It's somewhat radical, but rather brilliant, if you don't mind me saying. We charge people for every child they have. This would keep the population low, but more importantly, the treasury high.
If I was a smart ruler, I'd probably just maintain Logan's policies, as that doesn't have any effect on the treasury, nor my alignment. Introducing the children fine would be cruel to the citizens who were expecting to give birth before I took over the kingdom. Honestly, restoring the child benefit right now is not a good decision to make. Well, it is good, but you know what I mean. It certainly shouldn't be a top priority with what's currently going on in the world. As bad as it sounds though, 200,000 gold feels like a drop in the bucket for my current level of debt. Either way, I chose benevolence and restored the benefit.
Very well, your majesty. The breeders amongst the rabble will be ecstatic, I'm sure. Perhaps you are considering making a personal donation to the treasury to make up for the shortfall. It is entirely your decision, as always. Shall we proceed with the rest of your appointments? Here is the royal agenda for the day.
Yet again, time jumps by a few weeks. There's now less than 300 days until the darkness comes. Today's schedule involves honoring more promises, dealing with Bowerstone's problems, and embarking on adventures.
This hearing concerns the future of the Bowerstone Shelter and Orphanage. Paige will speak for the disenfranchised people of the city. Reaver will dispute her cause.
You may speak.
Your Majesty, the shelter has long been the only refuge for the homeless, the poor, and the orphaned. And until we can change the whole world for the better, it will continue to be their only hope of survival. Isn't it time we held out a helping hand to those who need it most? The shelter is underfunded and the building has fallen into disrepair.
I could not agree more. The city and its people are in dire need. But it is not charity they require. It is love. I propose we use this dilapidated building to help both them and ourselves, for love and money have always gone hand in hand. Let us inaugurate Bowerstone's first brothel!
Obviously, the decision of rebuilding an orphanage versus creating a brothel is pretty wild. The children need homes and a place of suitable foster care. This would go great with the school that I had recently built. It's an investment in Albion's future. Furthermore, it's only 50,000 gold to do so, and while I semi-joked about the childcare benefit being a drop in the bucket, that argument only grows for the orphanage. However, the brothel would bring in 1.25 million gold. That's enough to rid the kingdom of its debt and then some, and from there, I can really start to turn the treasury around. Alas, I made a promise to Paige to better Bowerstone's community, and what better way than to invest further into children?
The poor of this city have suffered enough. We will renovate the shelter and orphanage.
The Bowerstone shelter shall be refurbished at the Crown's expense.
Thank you, Your Majesty. You've done the right thing.
As you wish, Your Majesty. The parentless tykes and their destitute friends shall have a palace to call their own.
A repaired, fully operational, and completely functional orphanage is certainly a positive sight. The children can get an advantage in their lives, and hopefully one day they can grow up to be strong, independent citizens of Albion. Unfortunately for me, the difficult decisions don't end there.
Today, you will deal with a pressing environmental issue: the disposal of the city's waste. Reaver will offer his proposal. A member of the Morningwood community will stand against him.
You may speak.
Your Majesty, I'm sure you will have noticed a certain aroma permeating the city of late, even more nauseating than usual. I fear it is not merely the stench of the underprivileged. Bowerstone is beginning to have a serious waste disposal issue. We require an inexpensive and efficient solution, and I believe I have hit upon one. Now, currently, part of our waste is being disposed of in the Morningwood marsh. With very little effort, Reaver Industries could redirect all of the Bowerstone sewer system to flow directly into that region.
Hang on, this isn't right. Not right at all. We're all children of the soil. It's in our hearts, it's in our blood. It's under our fingernails. What I mean is, we're all equal when it comes to dirt, like. From dirt we come to dirt we go, yes? We who reside in Morningwood have as good a claim to being clean as anyone. And what of Morningwood itself? Its nature spirits, its woodland elves, and water fairies. Do they not deserve freedom from pollution too? Don't destroy paradise with your urban dregs, man. Channel the waste. Be one with the cycle of life.
I'll be honest, I was all for dumping the waste into Morningwood. That place is just filled with hobs and hollowmen, and it has a population of about 20 people. Plus, dumping the sewage wouldn't cost anything. I would come out even. Meanwhile, building a sewage plant and properly disposing of the waste would end up costing me 150,000 gold. However, Yeast is right. Since Morningwood is a part of my kingdom, they do get a say in what goes on in their territory.
Morningwood is to be left unspoiled. We will find other ways to deal with Bowerstone's sewage problem.
The king has spoken. Morningwood shall not be used as a waste site. The sanitation committee will look into safer alternatives.
Groovy. You are like a majestuous eagle, Your Majesty. You were in touch with your inner innards. Granny Nature thanks you from, like, the bottom of her heart.
A pity. I must admit I was rather looking forward to breathing fresh air, but I'm sure Your Majesty knows best.
You know what's funny? I guarantee you if I ever did decide to side with Reaver, whomever he's against would probably throw a fit and verbally attack me. Meanwhile, I've sided against Reaver every single time, something that's surely frustrating for him. Yet, he's always been respectful and understanding. Even if it is all for show, at least he honors my choices. I guess technically though, he stands to lose nothing and he still gets my business, so I guess I understand it from that perspective.
The day is almost over, Your Majesty. Only one more appointment left. Page has requested a meeting in the old rebel headquarters. How very cloak and dagger. I wonder what she wants.
With a 1.3 million gold deficit, here's to hoping that it involves gold or some kind of business proposal. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I truly think a lot of these political matters could wait until the war is over. I imagine that had to have been a sore spot with some of the other players as well. Don't get me wrong, there are a few dilemmas that make sense to tackle right now, like Aurora and child labor, but things like the child care benefit, guard wages, and sewage, maybe in about 8 months' time I can deal with all of those. Either way, arriving at the old Resistance headquarters, I met with Paige and we ended up discussing an old problem.
It's not every day a king walks into the rebel headquarters. You've changed the world since we last stood here.
You had a lot to do with it, Paige.
But we still haven't changed things enough. Without Logan's troops, crime is becoming a serious problem. There's one man in particular, Nigel Ferret. He's making this city his own. Every criminal in Bowerstone reports to him now. He's too powerful for me to deal with, and he's not easy to find. But I know how you can get to him. Kid went undercover with a gang of robbers and found out their plans. They're going to strike the tavern in Bowerstone Market. If you get there in time, you can stop the raid. And at least one of those thugs must know where Ferret is holed up.
If you recall, Nigel Ferret is the same criminal mastermind from the quest Kidnapped that dealt with Laszlo and Geraldine/Lady Elise. At the end of the mission, he managed to attack Laszlo and escape the cesspools. I figured there would be some kind of follow-up quest to it as the ending was left open-ended. Well, now's my time to really put a dent in Bowerstone's crime and take down Ferret for good.
If you cooperate, you won't get hurt. But if you give us any trouble, we'll kill you. Now, just so you know we mean business, I'd like one of you to give us trouble, so we can kill him as an example to the rest. Who's it gonna be then? Oh look, we have a volunteer. The king, no less. Have at him, fellas.
Making it to the tavern just in time, the first part to this quest is a good old shootout. There are a handful of bandits in here, but none of them are particularly challenging, nor are they that good of a shot. After the last mercenary has been defeated, I ended up picking up a set of instructions from Nigel Ferret. It details where his new hideout is and how to get into it. Furthermore, it comes with a key to said hideout, so that makes my life a lot easier. Following the Golden Trail, it leads me to the other side of Bowerstone Market and underneath the bridge. Here, there is a hidden doorway, and gaining entrance, I lay eyes on my prize.
You again. It does tend to obviate the entire objective of maintaining a secret hideout, if your enemies can simply infiltrate whenever they've the inclination. Lads, perform the specific services for which I employ you. Expeditiously.
Huh?
Kill him! Fast!
To be honest, I found this combat section of the quest to be pretty challenging. The rooms were really tight and there happened to be quite a few mercenaries in each section. It was hard to create that distance needed to safely fire off some rounds with my rifle. Furthermore, the bandits were able to toss around some explosives. This was the first time I had seen a non-Saker variant use an ability like that, and it definitely caught me off guard. Fortunately, the first room of Ferret's hideout seemed to be the worst of it. Now, as afterwards, I was able to steamroll through the rest of the areas. Sleeping mercenaries here, a group of 3 bandits there. Finally, I was onto the final portion of Nigel's hideout.
I believe I can state with relative confidence that your efforts are in vain. Even should it transpire that you vanquish my associates, this door is completely impenetrable. In addition to which, this cell contains a secret egress through which I may abscond whenever I desire. Meanwhile, my compatriots shall brutalize your person.
So, this was now officially the most difficult part of the quest. I had never before faced off against 2 Saker variants at once. The most troubling part about it was that they would take turns casting their fireball spells and stagger their attacks. Again, with a small battlefield, it was hard to roll around and evade their hits. Things would frequently get dire, but somehow I managed to pull it off and defeat both of the brutes.
You haven't lost your touch. I'm surprised his men were foolish enough to fight you.
Now, truth be told, my superlative intellect notwithstanding, it would appear this is not, in fact, the specific cell I so confidently referenced earlier. The one with the secret exit has 2 beds. All right, you have prevailed, Your Majesty. I concede. However, I entreat you to entertain a certain proposal.
Here comes the bribe from Nigel Farrett. 100,000 gold to let him back out on the streets versus a giant goose egg to lock him up. While the kingdom needs gold, as shocking as it's gonna sound, 100,000 won't do much for its current treasury level. So I took the high road and rejected the bribe.
You royal miscreant! This grievous malefaction shall be rewarded with equally grievous retribution.
That finishes off today's agenda and rewards me with 50 guild seals, certainly a full day's worth of work. However, as the weeks fly by, there are still a lot more royal matters to handle.
I'm sorry to say we are falling well short of expectations. The treasury holds nowhere near enough gold. But the kingdom demands your attention once more. The time has come to make a decision on Albion's drinking laws. Under Logan's rule, our citizens are restricted in the amount of alcohol they can purchase per day. As you can imagine, this has proved a rather unpopular measure.
Another rather pointless decision to make, at least for Albion's current needs. Removing the drinking limit, an act that gets me brownie points with the citizens, drains another 100k from the budget. This would be seen as allowing the common folk to have more freedom and control over their lives. Outlawing alcohol, the evil choice for this matter, would add 100k back into the treasury. According to Hobson, Albion's elite have a vested interest in this as they believe it's causing the common folk to act rowdy. Then finally, keeping the drinking limit at its current level wouldn't have any effect on the budget or my alignment. Focusing on making the citizens of Albion happy though, I decided to remove it.
As you wish. Let the streets be filled with poor, drunken revelers. Perhaps it will take their minds off their impending doom.
It certainly doesn't feel like the right decision, but hey, if the darkness is coming, then maybe it's best to give everyone comfort through whatever vice they choose. Today's schedule is composed of 3 items. One of them is a promise I made early in the game. Another deals directly with Bowerstone's natural beauty, and the third is yet another adventure through Albion.
Today you decide on the status of the Brightwall Academy, Your Majesty. Samuel will speak for the town and its scholars. Reaver will dispute his cause.
You may speak.
Your Majesty, it was your father who opened the doors to Albion's greatest seat of learning. Under his rule, knowledge and culture flourished, and so did the people of Brightwall. I ask only that you return to the wisdom of those days. Your brother closed the academy down, but it is in your hands to restore it.
There is no greater proponent of the arts than myself, and I celebrate knowledge in all its forms. But our people are frightened and confused. The last thing they need is knowledge. Allow them the benefit of ignorance. Let only those who are truly prepared make use of the academy. The elite of our society will pay handsomely to indulge in erudition.
This was technically my first promise of the game, to reopen Brightwall's Academy. Honestly though, it seems like the least important thing to do right now. What good are books, learning, and art if everyone's projected to die in 7 months' time? Keeping the promise will run me down 150,000 more gold, while breaking it will add 300,000. I only wish there was a way to do Reaver's idea for the time being and get all that money, and then give the public access after it's all over. But I can't have my cake and eat it too.
The Brightwall Academy will be open to all who wish to learn.
The Brightwall Academy shall be reopened, and Albion will once again have a free centre of learning.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. This is the start of a new day for us all.
Very well. I will make the arrangements at once.
Another decision down, only a few more to go. At least the library is now open to the public, and anyone who wishes to gain more knowledge can do so. I had to honor my promise to Samuel, but it did come at a great cost.
The court summons Page and Reaver. The matter before you today is the future of Bower Lake. Reaver will offer his proposal. Page will stand against him.
You may speak.
Your Majesty, a recent survey of Bower Lake has found that the waterbed is rich in valuable metals. Now, as amusing as it would be to make workers hold their breath as they mine these resources, I fear it would be impractical. Instead, we have no choice but to dam the river and drain the lake of all water. Once that is done, we will have a ready-made quarry, ripe for the plucking.
Bower Lake is the last piece of natural beauty remaining in Bowerstone. It belongs to our history and should be protected. Don't take it away from us. You'll be taking away part of this city's soul with it.
If I didn't really care about alignments nor of the nature surrounding Bowerstone, this could have been a free 400,000 gold. While draining the lake is controversial to some, if the treasury was in a somewhat better state, it would have saved the lives of thousands. Unfortunately, I won't be picking Reaver's proposal, and to further kick me while I'm down, rejecting it will cost the kingdom 50,000 gold for some reason.
Page is right. We must protect our natural resources. Bower Lake is to be left untouched.
The king has ruled. Bower Lake's natural beauty is hereby protected by order of the crown.
Thank you. Let's show the world Albion is worth defending.
Is a pretty view worth more than a treasury full of gold? I bow to your greater wisdom.
Honestly, it's getting harder and harder to rule over the kingdom. Each decision just drives Albion further into debt. Even though Logan's shortcomings were apparent, I can now see that there are a lot of times where he was just trying his best and saving gold for the country's defense, something that isn't really clicking with my rule.
I trust the court was not too dull today. In any case, I'm confident your final task will be most enjoyable. A loyal and wealthy member of our community has offered to make a sizable donation to our treasury. Her only request is that you go to Millfields to make the collection in person. A perfect chance to stretch your legs, Your Majesty.
Well, at least maybe I can find some redemption for the treasury. I was naive enough to think that I could bake enough pies and play enough chords in order to fund a whole war. My plan was to catch up with the royal deficit by working in the streets of Bowerstone. I honestly thought that the most I need to come up with was 1 million gold, which of course is still a large feat for rolling dough. But with over 8 million gold needed to save everyone in Albion, I'd have to devise another plan or live with the consequences. While everyone wanted me to be different from Logan, I don't think anyone, even myself, expected that to mean the whole kingdom would be put in harm's way. For now, the best I can do is keep moving forward and hope that things get better.
Look, I know where the thief is. He fled into the woods.
Madam, I understand you want to recover what you've lost, but those woods are simply too dangerous. It would be suicide to enter them without combat experience, or training, or skill.
I don't want to enter them. I want you to.
Right. I was talking about me.
Oh, just forget it. Ah, Your Majesty, it's such an honor to have you here. If only fate hadn't conspired to make me look like a fool. I so wanted to make a contribution to the noble cause. What's the use of a priceless heirloom if we're all going to perish in who knows what frightful way? I had taken the statuette out of the family vault, ready for your visit, only for a common thief to take it in broad daylight. Can you believe it, Your Majesty? The thief ran into the woods, and naturally the soldiers are too scared to follow. Why must the uneducated be so superstitious? But you know no such fear, do you?
From here, the Golden Trail leads me into the Silver Pines, a previously unexplored region of Bowerstone. Just starting off on the path, I can already see what awaits me. Looking ahead, there's a white Valverine set up near a small campsite, although it does act somewhat strangely. I expected it to charge at me, but instead, it ended up disappearing into the woods. Running down the trail, the Valverines seem to be guarding a note.
Looking for the statue, Your Majesty. Follow the white Valverine.
We've seen cases of intelligent Valverines before. In Fable 2, there was a whole cult of them that didn't give in to their animalistic urges, at least not right away. Then of course, in Fable 3 at Reaver's Manor, half of his party guests were Valverines waiting to be called upon. So I suppose this encounter shouldn't be that surprising. As the path leads on, I frequently see the white Valverine in the distance. Anytime I get too close to it though, it leaps further down the trail. Eventually, the beast leads me to a small village. I'm unsure what to expect out of it, so I keep my guard up and step into the ring.
Right, you monster. Prepare to meet your... Oh, I'm so sorry. For a moment there I thought you were a Valverine. Damn things are always trying to get through our defenses. We burn silver nitrate in those lamps to keep them out. Kills them pretty quick if they hang around for too long. If a lamp goes out, well, I don't like to think what might happen then. One went out just recently, but we got it lit again fast. The man responsible, this bloke Connor, got punished. Severely. Before he disappears into the forest, he tells us there's gonna be a reckoning. He's probably in 25 different stomachs right now. That's my reckoning. You can come on out, everyone. It's safe.
This is the small village of Silver Pines. It really isn't much, and honestly, I'm not sure why they'd willingly stay here. It seems severely dangerous, and as Jacob just mentioned, if one of the lamps goes out, the Valverines will come and devour all of the residents. I suppose there is a mine nearby, so if this is a mining town and it's lucrative, then maybe I understand why they choose to stay. Either way, the Golden Trail leads through the village and back out into the forest. I'm still following the white Valverine, but oddly enough, I haven't encountered any enemies on the path. Other than the obvious creature, it's been rather quiet, and honestly that makes it all the more eerie. After a bit more trekking, I finally come to a small den that has someone sitting on a makeshift throne.
Your Majesty, I've been expecting you. You've been through the village, have you? Charming hamlet. It's full of warm, wonderful people who'll give you the shirt off their back and condemn you to death for one simple mistake. Anyone can fall asleep on watch. You exile him into this forest and call it justice. But enough about that. You're here for that statue. It's quite a remarkable thing. It did everything the legend said it would. And now I don't need it anymore. It's funny how things change. So if you want to take it back to that prig in Millfields, it's yours. Nearly free of charge. All I ask is a small favor. Destroy those silver nitrate lanterns. Then the village will get a taste of justice. The choice is yours. And it's a simple one. How simple? If you decline, my brothers will kill you.
This is quite the dilemma. Condemn a whole town in exchange for safe passage and treasure for the kingdom's vaults. Or stand up to Connor, face the Valverine threat head on, and save the village. For me, the choice was obvious.
Ah well, I suppose it was too much to hope for. Still, your choice won't save the village. Now that I'm the leader of the pack, we've got some brains to go with our brawn. We'll lose a few of the weaker members, but we'll deal with those lanterns on our own. In the meantime, killing you will be a good way to, shall we say, get the blood flowing.
I was a little intimidated to take on the Valverines. I had a tricky time with them back at Reaver Manor, and that was with Paige fighting by my side. Furthermore, on the literal way to this quest, I had to face off against a pack of them, and they almost managed to kill me. It's safe to say I was going about this encounter very cautiously. However, surprisingly, it ended up being easier than I thought. After taking care of a few out in Connor's den and then some out on the trail, I made it back to the Silver Pine village. The attack on the villagers had already begun, and Valverines were wreaking havoc. However, they weren't really taking an interest in me, and because of that, I was able to take most of them down from afar. Everything went smoothly, and then Connor appeared.
You are stronger than I imagined, Your Majesty, but not strong enough. Prepare yourself for death.
In a 3v1 match, It was Connor, a white Valverine, and 2 of his lackeys against me. This had all the makings of being a difficult match. If they lunged and swiped at me at the appropriate times, my hero would have been toast. However, I was able to dispose of the regular Valverines pretty quickly, and before I knew it, it was just me and Connor. What's more, Connor was only a few hits away from death, and soon the Valverine threat was over.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You've saved us from certain destruction. We're in your debt. You'll always be welcome here, should you wish to return. Connor had this on him. It looks like a Valverine. It's yours if you want it.
It's interesting, Connor said that the statue's effect works very well. Since it's a statue of a white Valverine, does that mean that it can turn someone into one? Especially considering that Connor became one. Unfortunately, I'll never know for sure. The trek back through the Silver Pines was uneventful and void of enemies. Before I knew it, I was back out into the millfields and speaking with Muriel.
You're back. Did you find the thief? Did you recover the statue?
Of course he did. He is the king, and thus infallible. If you will hand the statue to me, Your Majesty, I will endeavor to appraise it.
You found it? Oh, I can barely contain my tears. Oh, excuse me, Your Majesty. I can't let you see me this way. And please, make good use of it.
Nobles, always so melodramatic. As for this little item, it is every bit as valuable as I hoped it would be.
This is another choice involving greed, similar to the diamond from Aurora. Do I add 500,000 gold to the treasury or keep it for myself? The choice was clear.
A magnanimous gesture indeed. Your subjects are lucky to be ruled by one so giving.
That knocks off every item on today's agenda. Slowly, the pledges that were made to each of Albion's factions are getting fulfilled, so I can only wonder what's left on the royal schedule.
With the fatidic attack not far away now, it is rather discouraging to see the treasury doing so poorly. We must steel ourselves for some hard choices if we wish to survive. As for today's first order of business, you may have heard about the dire situation the kingdom's economy finds itself in. Logan's policies always kept our cities on the edge of bankruptcy, and the panic caused by the fast-approaching darkness has only exacerbated the situation.
Again, the people of Albion seem too focused on the wrong kind of future. Instead of banks, bailouts, and drinking limits, we should be thinking about the upcoming war. Defenses, food, training, supplies, weapons, but I guess the universe has other plans. Unfortunately, at this stage in the game, unless a miracle happens, I don't think there's anything that can be done about Albion's treasury. Furthermore, the people are all in grave danger.
You are such a giving, magnanimous person. Very well, I will make the arrangements. Life will be easier for your subjects for a while, but the treasury will not easily recover. I only hope we haven't thrown away our chances of survival.
For today's schedule, there's shockingly only 2 matters of business to attend to. This acts as a sign that the war is right around the corner. Furthermore, there's only 121 days left until the darkness attacks. Between the last set of events and these current ones, who knows what the next time jump will be. Either way, the first matter is regarding Aurora's defenses, and the second one is regarding the promise that technically started the whole revolution.
Today you must decide how much protection to grant Aurora. Kaelin will offer her proposal. Reaver will stand against her.
You may speak.
Your Majesty, as you know, the threat from the deserts that surrounds my city has not diminished. The darkness could fall upon us once more at any moment. Aurora is part of your kingdom now, and I ask that you grant us protection. Build a desert outpost that can warn my people should the crawler attack.
A desert outpost? I've never heard such nonsense. What shall we do next? Erect taverns under the sea? Plant crops on mountain peaks? It is a foolhardy suggestion. Why should our valiant soldiers suffer sunstroke and chapped lips in a distant land when they could be protecting the people of this very city?
You know, I feel as though both arguments are valid. I already brought up Kaelin's concern when I was searching for the Auroran Diamond. What is stopping the darkness from launching another attack on the desert city? Sure, there are some guards in the streets now, but realistically, what will they do? However, Reaver also has a point. The crawler said it was going to invade Albion, and Teresa confirmed it. Assuming it attacks us with full strength, what good is an army that's on the other side of the world? Either way, Aurora is now a part of Albion, and as I've already established, they deserve the same rights as the mainland.
Aurora is under our protection. It is our duty to build this outpost.
The King's decision is final. A military outpost shall be erected in the deserts that surround Aurora.
We shall not forget this gesture. Aurora thanks you.
Ah, you are a whimsical monarch, and that is why you are so beloved. Very well, it shall be done.
Not the best decision for Albion's bank account, but as I've already said, I don't think there's any hope for it to bounce back. I have to live with my decisions. Some were for the better, and others have outright doomed Albion. Before moving on, there's one more item on today's agenda, the quest that started this whole revolution.
Bring forth Sabine of the Mistpeak Dwellers. Today you decide on the fate of Mistpeak, home of the Dwellers, Your Majesty. Sabine will speak for his people and their land. Reaver will dispute his cause.
You may speak. I come here seeking nothing but what was promised me and my people. You pledged to restore our home mountains and our right to dwell in them. We have fulfilled our end of the bargain. We have paid with our lives to sit you on that throne. Now you must fulfill your end.
Your Majesty, this sounds both an unnecessary expense and an impudent demand. What value is there in a few trees languishing amongst snow and rock? This is not the time to indulge some idyllic fantasy. Those forests are a resource, and we are in dire need of resources. I propose we expand on your brother's initiative and take what nature offers so readily. Say the word, and I will transform the worthless wasteland of Mistpeak into assets we can use to defend Albion.
Again, a somewhat tempting offer. Taking Reaver's proposal and breaking my promise with the Dwellers, I'd add 400,000 gold back into the treasury. Lore-wise, I'd bet that all of that lumber would really come in handy for the nearing battle. However, of all the factions and their problems, I truly feel like the Dwellers have been screwed over the most in this game. They were left to starve and die in the mountains while Logan stole from their homes. It's because of that, the overall alignment, and the fact that it's only 50,000 gold to keep the promise, that I decided to fulfill my end of the bargain.
I will keep my promise to the Dwellers. The Mistpeak Mountains will be restored.
Mistpeak shall become a protected region, and the Dwellers shall be granted authority over its forests and resources.
You are true to your word and your honor. The Dwellers will stand by you till the end.
Probably one of the few promises that I don't regret making good on. It was Sabine's support that really got the ball rolling. Without him standing behind me, I don't know if the rest of my supporters would have joined the cause. So with that, everything on today's agenda has been taken care of. Who knows what the next bit of the timeline will have in store for me.
Happy anniversary, Your Majesty. 1 year as King of Albion. Doesn't time just fly? To celebrate this momentous day, I have prepared some fantastic events. First, you will stand still for several hours while a local artist paints your portrait. Then, you will choose the 47 varieties of flowers you wish to be cast at your feet as you parade through the city. Oh, and you will need to sign thousands of autographs, of course. Let's see, you will also be fitted for...
As Hobson goes on, a portal to the Road to Rule opens up. Teresa is beckoning me over to her realm. This is it. It's been 1 year and the attack is about to begin. All of my choices as a rebel prince and all of my promises as a benevolent king have led up to this moment.
The day has come, King. It is time for you to face the darkness. But you will do so in your true form. Over the past year, you have made decisions that reveal your nature, and which have affected the lives of all your subjects. You have tried to be a just and popular ruler, but your good intentions have come at a great cost. Most of your people will not survive this attack, but you are more than a king. You are a hero. You are Albion's champion, its protector. This coming battle is the reason you had to take Logan's place. Only you can defeat the creature that dwells in the shadows. If you do not, your kingdom will be gone, and you will die with it. Now go. Do what you were born to do.
Now's the time to open up any leftover chests on the road to rule. The upcoming battle is going to be tough and grueling. As Teresa said, most of Albion's citizens are going to die, and it's my fault. I chose their happiness over their best interest. While I may be deemed a good and benevolent ruler, I feel like I let my kingdom down, and it's about to show. When ready, I stepped into the light and teleported back to Albion.
It's here. The darkness has reached Bowerstone. The attack has barely begun, but already we have suffered terrible casualties. We simply weren't ready. If we don't act quickly, there may not be a kingdom left to defend by dawn.
We have to get out on the streets, now!
Today we fight for Albion!
For Albion!
You are defend the city with your lives!
Wellness of the citizens aside, it's time to defend Albion. The children have made their way into the city streets, and destruction has followed in their wake. Luckily, their strength solely remained in their numbers, as a single shot, swing, or cast would end up taking them out.
The Lightbringers have come! But this is the kingdom of unlight now! This is the kingdom of death!
Interestingly, the darkness was able to bring some of its possessed minions over. It almost appears as though the black ooze that's now all over the streets is able to act as a teleporter. Minions and children are now somehow funneling into the city. There appears to be piles of some kind of powder in the streets as well. It almost looks like sand, practically as if the crawler has taken much of Aurora over here with it. Either that, or it's ash and debris from Bowerstone's destruction.
You have done such hurtful things. The people you know shall rejoice in your death. We drink the sounds you give us, the cries of your young, the gurgle of a freshly ripped throat. We give thanks for your desperation.
The crawl continues onward, and with it comes more minions and children. Together, myself, Ben, Finn, and Walter charge through the streets and help with the defense. The darkness ramps its attacks up and starts to spawn in sentinels. Right now, the objective appears to be finding the crawler. Although, it seems as that the crawler has already found us. It's been taunting the trio, and it's made attempts at scaring us into submission. However, what it doesn't seem to understand is that this is our turf. This is our home. It's easy to lose hope in a dark and abandoned cave, but in a city full of people, culture, and life, there's a lot more motivation to work with.
Who made you? Who crafted such slight, flimsy forms? You rip like insect wings in our hands.
The three of us make for a pretty good team. We've been able to destroy waves of children, minions, and sentinels. The real question, though, is how long will this go on for? How many soldiers does the darkness have in its wicked army? Is there an end? Is the darkness infinite? Will the crawler ever show its face?
I can feel it. We're getting close to that thing. Where are you? Show yourself!
The lost sheep returns to the flock. No one ever leaves the darkness behind. Do you see? Do you see what you have allowed? We are all shadows now.
The crawler has gone and fully possessed Walter. Meanwhile, it's trapped me in this makeshift arena, and Ben Finn can't get through to help. This is a fight between me and the Crawler, and it's the final showdown for Fable 3's story. It's dreadfully poetic. I have to defeat my teacher, mentor, and father figure. Doing so, I'll defeat Albion's threat and spare the country, but at what cost? What will become of Walter? As the battle rages on, there are two sides of Walter's dialogue. One comes from the Crawler, who tries to guilt me and tear me down. It threatens my hero and tries to lessen my confidence. Meanwhile, the other voice, the one that comes from the real Walter, tells me not to hold back and that he's ready. He wants me to end his suffering and finally bring him peace. Honestly, it's more tragic to hear the real Walter than the Crawler. As for the fight itself, to be completely honest, it wasn't that hard. Walter, or in this case the Crawler, is fairly slow and takes a while to attack. His moves are predictable and easy to dodge. Rolling around the battlefield, I was able to rapid fire with my rifle and get some licks in. Eventually, I landed the killing blow and the fight was over.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you took away the darkness. It's been inside me all this time. But it's light now. I can see the sky. And it's light. I don't think I can fight anymore.
It's all over, Walter. We won. We beat it together.
Do you remember the stories I tell you when you were a child? There was a great king once. The mightiest hero of them all. Remember what you would say?
Teach me to be a hero.
You've done me proud, boy. You've always done me proud.
Oh, Walter.
I think old Walter would have liked it out here. He was always a fan of looking tall and stony. I can imagine what he'd say if he was here now.
Shut up, Ben.
Exactly.
It's time I return to my own castle. If ever you need to save the world from another abomination, you know where to find me.
My people shall never forget what you have done for them. We are proud to be part of Albion. I shall return to Aurora in the knowledge that we may at last enjoy peace. Farewell, Your Majesty.
Walter was right about you. You're a hero in every sense of the word. The hero Albion needed.
What will you do now?
I will continue to serve you the best way I can. I belong down in the city. The people there will always need help. Goodbye, my king.
You have done what I thought impossible. You are the ruler I could never be. But you don't need me anymore. And Albion will heal easier without me.
Well, King, old chum, ruler supreme, pal, you did it. You saved the kingdom. And it's my turn to say goodbye. I'm not cut out to be a general. And I think I'd like to start travelling again. Or maybe see if Paige needs any help down in Industrial. But before I go, let's send off our friend in style, shall we? This one's for you, Walter.
This is the world as it could have been, devoid of color, devoid of life. It is thanks to you that it isn't so, and you did it without becoming a tyrant. The people love you, and you have banished the shadow of your brother's reign. You kept your promise to Sabine and his people, when it would have been easier to turn your back on them. A noble gesture. You swore an oath to Paige to better the lives of your people, and you did so even in the face of great danger. You did for the Aurorans what your brother would not. He broke his promise, but you proved to be the better leader. Without the strength to make those choices, we would not be standing here now. Perhaps we shall meet again one day, King.
Aren't you going to tell me my future?
The future will reveal itself when it is ready to do so.
And with that, thus ends the main story of Fable 3. The darkness took over Walter, and he willingly, but involuntarily, sacrificed himself to save Albion. His memory and teachings will carry on forever in the lives of the people that he touched, like the Hero King, for example. The threats to Albion are no more. I have taken back the kingdom from my brother, and I've fended off one of the country's most dangerous attackers, the darkness. Now, as the game loads back in, it gives me a reality check. I get a notification saying that I defeated the enemy, but at a cost beyond measure. The handful of Albion survivors and their descendants will remember me as the ruler who let the kingdom perish. None of my good deeds or triumphs leading up to this battle will matter. All that gets written in the history books is that while I saved the country, I also let it fall. Running around Bowerstone, Brightwall, or really any region of Albion, I can see the carnage from the battle. Dead bodies are littering the streets. There are barely any alive NPCs. It's mostly guards, shopkeepers, and enemies like bandits. Gone are the citizens of Albion. It makes the world feel a whole lot smaller and lonelier. You know, Fable 3 often gets mixed reviews. Even when I posted the first part to the series, I could see some viewers commenting on how it's their least favorite installment. Every opinion is valid, and I can see their perspective. If you go back to Fable 1 and 2, it follows a specific formula. A nobody rises to fame and heroism. You're playing as an underdog who's been dealt a horrible starting hand. From there, you get to make your own destiny. Choose to rise above Albion's cruelties and be the shining example of good and pure, or let the weight of the world crush your spirit and give in to your impulsive and evil desires. While Fable 3 arguably had the most impactful morality alignment, in fact I'd say it was too impactful, it didn't have that underdog charm that the previous two had. You're not some orphan living in poverty who has everything taken away. You're the Prince of Albion, and you're living the second most comfortable life in the country. Arguably, you're living the most comfortable life, as Logan's plate seems rather full. While the rest of the world gets punched down on, your life is rather lavish. It's only through the guidance of Sir Walter that you decide to make a change and embark on your journey of heroism. Accompanying that detail, there were a lot of smaller changes to the game's mechanics that could be seen as downsizing. For starters, there was the consolidation of experience and the upgrade system. There were the changes made to Albion's storefronts and bartering system. There were the alterations made to magic and will-based abilities. While to some, the inclusion of the hero weapons might be embraced, I found them to be quite trapping. Because they evolve and get better over time, what was the point in acquiring new weapons? These are just a few of the minor changes that Lionhead made for this installment. If you were to add them all up, to me they'd create a good argument that too much was altered between Fable 2 and 3. The game was simplified, and because of that, I can understand the perspective that someone might not enjoy it as much as, say, Fable 2 or Anniversary. However, I feel as though with the diminished features of Fable 3, we were instead given an incredibly rich story. I think that Lionhead gave us one of the best stories in the Fable series. The acting, the plot, the characters, the twists, the threats, the climax, it was all incredibly well done. The characters had depth and meaning to them. Along the way, you make new friends and allies, discover new places, and gain perspective for different parts of the world. All along, you think that this one thing is the true threat to the country and its people. Meanwhile, it's actually something else, and the reason the original thing acted so harshly was to protect everyone from the actual threat. In the end, you have to decide what's more worth it, keeping the promises to your friends or ensuring the safety of Albion. They're incredibly difficult decisions to make, and because of that, it creates one of the most complex and heavy stories that a Fable game has produced. Don't get me wrong, I love the plots of Fable 1 and 2. Fable 2 is my favorite game in the franchise. However, the stories are always straightforward. Get revenge no matter the cost. Sure, you might make some decision along the way that affects a small aspect of the plot, but it was nothing like Fable 3. As I said before, Lionhead really leaned into the morality alignment for this one, and it definitely showed in the end. Honestly, a frustrating yet brilliant part to this game is the entire end section. I became king and had to make some tough decisions. We knew that would happen. In the previous Fable games, you could go completely good or utterly evil, and it wouldn't affect too much of the outcome. For Fable 3, I really felt like I was playing the game of politics. Play to the people's short-sightedness and win their favor, or be seen as a wicked man but save their lives in the long run. If you don't go into that section completely prepared, you're going to have some very difficult decisions to make, as I did. In a way, it almost feels backwards to have the kingdom perish by doing good. yet persevere by doing evil, but that's one of the dilemmas that adds to the game's complexity. Overall, while I might be blinded by nostalgia goggles and there are some inherent issues or drawbacks with Fable 3, I think Lionhead did a great job here. Maybe someday soon I'll get to experience Fable 4 with all of you and we can tackle it together. I'd love to know your thoughts on the story down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring.